Hello everyone and welcome to the CrunchLabs Masters Champions Chess Tour, Division 2 and 3. Today, I'm your host, Anna-Maja, and I am joined here by JulesGambit. Jules, welcome. So excited to commentate this event together with you. How do you feel?
I feel great. Look, this is the first time I get to see you since we played over the board.
True.
And I have to say, this is a much better experience getting to see you than that was. So I am happy. And guys, we have so many exciting games for you here today. We have a lot of fun people playing. We have Hikaru playing, Vidit playing, so many amazing people. And we're going to have a lot of fun, especially more fun now that I'm not getting absolutely killed in my flying.
Now it's time to watch some high-level chess, Jules. So I'm super excited to commentate this event together with you. Today is the first day of the division, so the past few days the divisions were decided, and we are going to take a look at Division 2 and 3. The games have already started, Jules, so let's jump right into what is happening in these games. So we currently have the game between Vladimir Fedosiev and Tuan Minh up over here. Let's have a look what is going on. By the way, the time control is 10+2. So these are rapid games. So the players have quite some time to think about their moves, but at some point their clock will run low, and the 2-second increment is not a lot.
No, especially when you're used to playing rapid, it's so hard to switch to that blitz mentality. But I'm actually very excited to see these rapid games because we're going to see, I think, a lot higher quality games than we would in blitz.
Right, so let's take a look. In this first matchup between Fedosiev and Minh, very solid start. Seems like Fedosiev started with the Catalan, putting the bishop on g2, but also on f4, very typical. And usually black is a little cramped here and tries to push that pawn to c5, putting the bishop on b7, and basically hope for the best. How do you feel about the Catalan yourself, Jules?
I am not a big Catalan fan. Is anyone in chat actually a Catalan fan? I mean, people love playing it. I hate playing against it. I don't play this line in particular, but well, it's definitely not my favorite to face because that bishop on g2 gets really annoying, Anna. Like it gets so annoying.
Yeah, same. I feel the exact same about this opening. It's really difficult to face with black. You really have to know what you're doing because it's pretty easy for white to play here. So let's see how Min handles the opening. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some of the other matchups because we have Hikaru playing in Division 2 against Bogdan Daniel Deac. What is this opening? Let's take a look. So this started as knight f3 and then turned into a queen's gambit decline with queen c2. All right, I'm just quickly scrolling through the moves to have an idea what we missed in the first few moves. Queen c2, c5 takes. Okay, so black is giving up that pawn, but gains it right away back. And bishop e3, queen c7. Seems like both players can be happy about the opening stage. Nothing too crazy. I guess black has to be a little bit careful because now there's some tension happening on the c file, so you have to be a little careful here. But
Anna-Maja, I usually see bishop e7 on these QGDs. Is that not most standard?
You mean the previous move, or?
Yeah, bishop e7 just right away instead of take.
Oh, you mean instead of take? Let's take a look. Here.
Oh, maybe just a little before, but just for me, it seems a little scary that the king is uncastled right now.
True.
It seems like black doesn't have a lot of development in this.
Yeah, that's very true. I guess as long as black has played these moves a6 and e6, you don't have to worry about, let's say, bishop b5 or the knight coming in on those squares. So for now, the king on e8 is safe, but indeed, black does have to think of developing that bishop soon and castling, because otherwise it gets really shaky. So I guess for now, black is fine, but I would rather take the white pieces for sure here. But for now, white does not really have entry points, fortunately for black.
Yeah, I just saw Chaos Al says, how are they down so much time already? Yeah, it's 10+2, down 5 minutes to 8 minutes. Do you want to be down 3 minutes to Hikaru, Anna-Maja? Like, do you really?
That's terrifying. I think even if I was up 3 minutes, I would still be terrified.
No one likes. Well, actually, yeah, exactly. No one likes playing Hikaru in general. But this is not the position you want to be in.
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah, I guess
Oh,
now
also,
white has this like broken pawn structure. So it is something good for black, but at the same time white has the bishop pair. So there's pros and cons to the position for both sides.
there was a chess player once, I forget who it was, who when someone asked him how he could tell which side was winning, he said it's whichever side I'm on. And that just like shows that sometimes like evaluation bias is so real, especially when you're playing such strong players, but also Bogdan Daniel Diak, he's such a strong player as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really count him out on that, especially since Hikaru was knocked into Div 2. He's beatable.
True. He was beaten by Jules Moussard, who did not make it to Division 1 either, but is playing in Division 2, so we'll definitely see his game today as well. But yeah, anything is possible in this format, and that makes it so exciting.
That was an amazing pronunciation of his name, by the way. I'm like still in awe.
Oh, I guess that happens when like I've been like traveling a lot recently, and then I'm like, okay, so I have to pronounce the name this way, that way. Like you hear a lot, like when you're active in a online community, you hear like so many things, you know, so many names, and then you're like, okay, noted.
Can we take a look at Kramnik versus Spain? I think that's kind of an interesting game to look at.
Let's take a look. All right. Ooh, that's a major time difference already. 4 minutes for Frederick Swain. Let's see
Yeah,
what's going
let's
on.
take a look at this.
So black is a little crammed up. Looks like a French structure. White has this strong knight on d4. But it's really hard to see how either side can make progress here.
Yeah, it's just such a huge time difference so quickly. But will that make a difference in a rapid game like this? Will it really come down to time like it does in Blitz?
I guess it depends on the position. I would say in this position, I don't think it will matter so much. But let's say the position was super sharp, then I can definitely see the clock being a big factor in the game.
Yeah, and you don't want to allow that H-file to get any business, so just a
Yeah.
nice little prophylactic move there with the Rook H8.
Yeah, right. So black is preventing this move g4, of course. And you don't want to play h4 yourself because then you would allow your opponent to play g4 and then comes f5 and then you'd have to start worrying with black.
And you don't want to start worrying.
Exactly.
Not at all. Especially if you can keep your time up, just continue to play solid. It's just a very interesting structure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see how either side can make progress. I'm expecting this game to end in a peaceful draw, but maybe the players will find some way. I would be really scared to take the risk, especially with white, I guess, because this knight on c5 is really hard to kick away from there. This knight can jump to e4 at some point if you're not careful. So yeah, and at the same time, black is just standing and waiting for white to do something. So here we see. I'm expecting the moves to be repeated since they moved the rooks back and forth already.
And hello, all new chatters, welcome in. It is nice to see you guys here. And yeah, we can definitely switch to another game. I just thought it was kind of an interesting structure, but we have so many amazing games to go over so far.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the game between Maxim Matlakov and Alexander Grishuk. It seems to be the case that white is enjoying a nice advantage, but it's interesting to see that white's pieces are like, you know, only on the on their half of the board and not further than that. The queen side is completely locked, so nothing is happening there. All the action is on the king side.
Look at this. Look at this this whole structure. How do you ever make progress? It's so funny.
Yeah, I guess the only way to make progress here for either side is whoever gets the f pawn pushed or advanced first.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That could be scary for white because their king's a little bit iffy if there's some sort of breakthrough. But also black's king is wide up in the open with the queen on f1, rook on h1 as well. I don't know. I don't think this will end peacefully. What do you think? What's your prediction?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is going to be quite a bloodbath. But yeah, it's interesting how white is so passively positioned, but I can totally see just white going for the attack very soon. These pieces are just preparing for the attack basically, and at the same time, black cannot do much either.
Yeah, there isn't a lot to. Oh wait, we have G4.
We have G4, yeah. So white is giving up the pawn, but of course you don't want to take it with black. I mean, it opens up the G file, and that pawn is not quite worth it.
Anna-Maja, is this like an oh no, my pawn moment?
Exactly, yeah. Maybe not as extreme, because usually when you say oh no, it's like a proper sacrifice where if you take that piece, you're lost in like the next 2 moves. So this is more of a long-term oh no.
Big oh no.
The big oh no.
The big oh no.
But
yeah, but it'll be interesting. We're going to see a pawn sacrifice. I think we're probably going to see some sort of, well, I don't know if you really want a pawn push right now, because I'm afraid you can just kind of close it up a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I guess with this pawn push, white weakened the square f4, so there's always the possibility of playing knight f4 with black, and that way you can maybe shut things down easily if necessary. So yeah, we'll have to see if white manages to launch an attack successfully. But for now, I like the way that Grishuk is playing here, and yeah, seems like he's trying to defend really, really hard here.
And Anna-Maja, not to jump around too much, but do we want to look at the Ronian game? I think
yes,
some
of course,
interesting things are happening there.
Let's take a look. Oh, okay. We see a pawn on
it's
a6.
Getting a little spicy.
Yep, and the players are getting lower on the clock too. This is getting very exciting. So black is attacking on the king side, but white is just fully sending it on the queen side. What do we think of this? What do you think is going to have a successful attack here?
I think us and chat needs to take a look at this position for a second. Yeah, it's one of those, it's just like one of those positions where anything can happen at any moment, because white, for example, white looks like they're in a bit of a pickle right now with this kingside attack, but there's nowhere safe that black can really castle or go. I mean, right now the king is on the safest square possible.
Right. Yeah, the king on f8 is, I guess you can call it pretty safe, but let's say in the next few moves it can definitely turn around if black is not careful. So you have to make sure that you don't allow anything. But for now, with this bishop on g4, pinning the knight on f3, there's not much that white can do, honestly. So yeah, white did not even take the pawn on a6. Wow. Okay.
They don't need to.
They don't need the pawn.
No one needs any pawns here. Chat and Anna-Maja, who would you rather take here, white or black? Who would you rather be in this position?
I'll take black, just because black's pieces are so much more active, and it's a bit scary on the a file over here, but I think the attack on the king side will succeed.
Interesting. Yeah, I think you might be right on that. It seems like there's some, like bishop could go to d5. There's some ideas. Like there's some very nice squares for white. It is just hard to see when the right moment to break through is.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Whoa. King and g7. What is king g7? I need to put on my like super grandmaster hat for that to try to understand that.
I guess the king is in a way trying to find a safe square, but at the same time to connect the rooks. So because of the fact that this rook got to a6, is now pinning that bishop on the a file, soon queen a4 will follow, rook a1, so you want to make sure that your rook is defended, and on the next move you can move the bishop so that you won't lose material. I guess that is the reasoning behind this, but yeah, I would still be terrified because the tension on the a file is it's getting very tricky for black.
Yeah, Lawrence, who is our resident international master in my chat right now, says trying to just connect the rooks. So a8 is defended, like you said.
Right.
Like, It is just such an interesting move. And all the kings are moving. King H1. It reminds me of just like there's this book. It's one of like my favorite chess books, Positional Play by Jacob Aggard. And I remember when I first started reading it, every single puzzle seemed like the move was King H2. Like you would spend forever like looking at these sacrifices and pawn takes and pawn moves, and like the correct answer would be like quiet King H2 or King H1 or King G7. So it just really shows. But yeah, right here we're gonna get, if they take, we get Rook A8, we get that file. So it looks nice. It looks nice for black. Like this is not where I thought the action would be, but it makes sense.
Yeah, perhaps we'll see the attack starting off on the queen side. Somehow maybe the rook entering on A3, who knows? So this game is getting very exciting, especially now that Aronian is down to 20 seconds on the clock. He has to speed up.
That's a difficult decision to make under so much time pressure, though.
Yeah, it's not an easy position, and he played knight takes d4. Did you see what he was trying to do there? Just to quickly rewind. So he played knight takes d4. It looks like he's losing the queen, right? But it was not captured because after bishop takes d1, there's knight f5 check. So he saw this already, and his opponent, Vasif, saw this from a miles away and instantly recaptured on d4. So both players super sharp here.
Absolutely. Can we see the live position real quick? Just with 9 seconds on the clock to 2 minutes, that's such huge time odds, especially in a position where black is a little bit more comfortable already.
Yeah. Queen e2. Oh, I really dislike white's position. The computer is still saying it's fine, but I would be really concerned with white, and especially with only 8 seconds left on the clock. That's looking rough for white.
This looks a little scary, but he's holding his own right now. This is not a dead position by any means. This game is not won. But with 8 seconds, and that's what we said, you have to switch from going into that rapid mindset to playing blitz or even bullet. That is the toughest thing to do. You just want to take your time, you want to think, but Aronian is an absolute just master. So I don't know. I don't know what I predict for this. Do you have a prediction, chat, or Anna-Maja as well?
This can go anywhere. I mean, now Vasif is also spending time, so if you also get low on the clock, it may get very crazy soon. The pieces are being traded slowly, but I still think there's a lot of potential in this game. So anything can still happen.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm trying to decide if we want to stick to this game or watch the end of the Hikaru game, so I will leave it up to you in chat.
Let's take a look what is happening in Hikaru's game. In the meantime, we do have a result already in the game between Maxim Matlakov and Alexander Grishuk. They drew their game, so they completely shut down the position and called it a day. But in the meantime, we have the game between Hikaru and Bogdan Daniel. What is happening here? Black's king looks very unsafe.
Where is he going? Is he going to the beach? Is that king going on a walk?
It's a bit breezy there, so maybe you have a point.
But at the same time, like it's kind of difficult to know how exactly does white proceed here. And we're going for that pass pawn. He's pushing the juicer there.
Okay, so c5 is not hanging because if you take with the knight, then f7 is hanging. So that's why he's going for that c pawn push. And that pawn is unstoppable. You can continue pushing, and it's looking pretty good for white. I mean, this bishop is a monster here. This knight is just there to defend. So not a lot of hope for black.
We talked earlier about Bogdan Daniel Diak being like 4 minutes or 3 minutes behind Hikaru. And now we see it. Now we see it in action because it's 8 seconds to 1 minute. So you're basically giving Hikaru time odds at this point.
Yeah, he did manage to come back a little bit from the time deficit, but it's not enough, especially now that Hikaru is completely winning. He's pushing that c-pawn and he wins the game. So that is a good first game for Hikaru. Let's take a look at the other games. This game between Fedosiev and Tuan Mile seems to be heading to a draw. Even though the players are low on the clock, I don't expect anything crazy to happen here. Let's take a look. This game is maybe interesting. Grigori Oparin against Kartikeyan Murali.
Wow, your pronunciation is just amazing.
Oh, you're too nice. These names are some of the hardest ones.
Very impressed. Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. So let's look at this. We have, again, huge time differences, 38 seconds to 2 minutes and 33 seconds as well, and a slightly uncomfortable position for white.
Yep. So white is super passive. That rook on d4 is strong. Knight on c4 is super strong. White is trying to find compensation somewhere. So knight h5 is a good attempt. Attacking that bishop. That bishop can get really annoying, so always a good idea to try to get rid of it. Yeah, for now I feel like white is doing all right, but I would be concerned. Especially because, okay, black is up that pawn, so that's reason enough to be concerned, but it's not easy to actually convert this into a winning position.
And I'm going to be controversial, and I'm going to say I think Oparin's going to take the win here just because of the time difference. I think it's going to be so
I'm
tough.
with you on this one. I'm going to join you on the hot take here.
So someone in chat asked, but it is in Div 2, so he is one of the games going on right now as well.
Right. Yeah, there's so many games happening at the same time. This is only Division 2. So Division 3 has even more games going on. So we have so many games to cover today, guys, and it's super exciting.
Yeah, we have just so many games to cover. You're absolutely correct on that one.
And by the way, the players continue right away on their second game. So some of the players are still in the first game, and some of the other players are in their second game already. So it's going by really fast.
See that opening, the Hikaru opening that's just going on right now?
Ooh, this looks like a Berlin.
Yeah. What are we...
But this time not the Berlin that we know ends in like 10 moves.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a odd structure going on here.
Right, so yeah, black has a pair of bishops, but as you can already tell, black is a little stuck here. The bishops are not that comfortable. Bishops like to be on open diagonals, and the diagonals are not very accessible here. They're pretty close in a way, so it's always really difficult to crack the Berlin. Like, it's one of the biggest challenges of white. It feels like you're doing so well. You have so much space. That pawn e5 is so nice. The knight jumps to e4. But then you're at a moment that you're like, what to do? How to proceed? So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how he tries to go, what he tries to go for here. But wait, should we switch? Sorry for the switch up, but should we switch to Vidit because they have 5 seconds left
Let's
each
take a look, of course.
in an end game.
Ooh.
It seems a little bit spicy going on here.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that the players will manage to make a draw, but you never know in rook games. Oh, they agreed to draw.
We just saw it. And I think, yeah, that's a good result because anything could happen there in that kind of position.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that is all of our results for round 1 now, or maybe we have one more result coming.
Yeah, there's one more game going on over here. Oh, wait, it was not updating anymore, or oh, someone flagged. Oh no.
We have a flag? Where? Where's our flag?
Oparin flagged. Wait, what?
No.
Wait, oh,
really?
The board was not updating on my end anymore, but this was the final position, and unfortunately for Oparin, he flagged in this position. He was not doing very well in this game, but it's not a position that you would want to lose a game on time, so that is really unfortunate.
That is just so brutal.
And this is why you want to make sure that you play very fast and don't go down all the way down to 2-3 seconds, because before you know it, time's up.
Anna-Maja, have you ever flagged a classical game?
Yes. I always tell people that once they flag in a classical game, I tell them, welcome to the club. Now you are officially a chess player, because you're not a chess player if you have not flagged in classical. It's so detrimental, but it's true.
It is so painful. I can just imagine. I've come very close. I've completely lost games under time pressure, but I've never flagged yet.
Okay.
Knock on wood.
I'm preparing you for that. One day it will happen, and it's the worst. I had this one game where Okay, there was one time that I flagged and I knew that, you know, it was almost move 40, had to make a move, and then I was not on time. I was in a worse position, so it was not like, you know, unexpected, but still it was, you know, I should not have lost on time. The second time it happened was because I did not read the rules correctly. And ever since I've been traumatized that I should read rules before the tournament. It was basically, I'm very used to gaining 30 minutes after move 40. So then I suddenly played a tournament where I did not get 30 minutes after move 40. And I thought, oh, I crossed move 40, I can chill now. I'm in the winning position. I was playing International Master, and it was like rook versus bishop with some pawns. So worst case, I will draw, but I have a chance to win this. And then what happens? I flag, and I'm like, where's my extra time? And then I lost on time. I definitely did not sleep that night.
Oh my, I would never sleep again. Are you kidding? That is like nightmare material.
Yeah, and after that, the tournament also was like terrible. I lost so much rating after that, and I could have had such a good tournament if I didn't lose that game. So
yeah, because it makes you think. You're like, oh, I would have played up. It would have started my tournament. What if?
And then I started facing kids and lost so many games. It was
never face the kids.
Yep. It was a nightmare. So never again. Always read the regulations before your tournament.
And that's your life lesson for today, kids.
Exactly. All right, so let's take a look. What is going on?
Look at a Vidit's game. It's kind of an interesting Vidit versus Antipov.
Let's take a look. So the players drew their first game. By the way, the format tells us that we are right now in the winner's bracket, so we have a double elimination format. If the players lose their first match, they go down to the losers bracket. So that way the players have 2 chances at least. But yeah, the matches are best of 4, so that's why the players keep going. And yeah, I guess once it's 3-0, the match will be over already. But if it's, let's say, 2-1, we will have a 4th game in the matches. So some matches may be very short, but I expect almost all the matches to go all the way until 4 games.
Interesting. Yeah, so you really want to start out strong. You really want to get that edge early on. I think that will be a huge advantage, even just psychologically.
Exactly, because once you're ahead on the scoreboard, you can start playing for draws, and that's really the worst to face when you're down a point and your opponent is trying everything to make a draw. Yes, the Berlin.
The Berlin like comes out, like you hear the spooky music, like da-na, na-na, na-na-na-na-na, and like you just see the Berlin like pop out, like surprise, trying to win against me.
Yeah, like something like the exchange Slav or something, like, oh, are you serious?
So hopefully none of these players, well, actually, I think it'd be kind of funny to see them go for the win, because sometimes you see the most interesting games when they kind of have to reinvent the wheel and like get through this boringness.
True.
But yeah, this is kind of an interesting position. Even though I know the evil bar says it's even, it feels like there's still a lot of play here.
Yeah, so white has a pair of bishops, and this dark square bishop is pretty nice. You can always play bishop b6, and that's pretty terrifying to face for black. But okay, for now this knight has some potential. You can play knight d5 and be fine for now. But yeah, I guess I really like white's position. It feels like there's much more going on. This bishop on g7 is not doing much. The pawns of black generally feel like they're misplaced, pushed too much. So yeah, I think black has long-term weaknesses, and that may hurt black's chances here.
Yeah, no, white definitely feels like white's in control of all the dark squares, even though black still has the dark square bishop, which is kind of an odd case.
Yeah, exactly. So for now, Antipov is thinking about his move, but I'm giving good chances here for Vidit to win this game.
All right, we will keep you to that.
All right, let's take a look. Let's see. Also, we had Jules Musard against Alan Pichot, ending in a draw. So let's see, which games should we take a look at? I want to take a look at this game. Which one do you want to take a look at?
No. Go ahead. I was thinking the same one.
Oh, okay, cool. Same brain. So in this game, what really struck my eye here is, okay, I don't know if you know about this, but I love the French. So as soon as I saw this game, I was like, the French, yes, my territory, and black is better. So I was wondering what happened here, because, you know, if White made a mistake, I want to know what happened. So it was a very and it was the main line, the classical line in the French. Knight e2, queen b6, rook b1, f6. F6 is a very typical move in the French. How do you feel about the French, Jules?
Playing against it? I am not the biggest fan of playing against the French. We had Danya and I, during some commentary, had a very lively discussion on apparent hatred for the French. I think he put it very well in that it's an opening where no one's having fun.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So sorry to hurt your French, Anna-Maja. I know it's early. I know I am so sorry to hurt your French today.
Okay,
but,
it's
not a fan.
It's going to be a long day. No, it's okay. I understand it. I mean, it is a tough opening to crack. It kind of got both positional and dynamic. There's like so much flexibility in this opening, and I guess that's what throws people off, you know, because I usually don't play against the French. I have played so many games, e takes d5, so I played exchange French, and I think people are really annoyed by this, that I play it. I don't really play it anymore. I switch around, but because they see that, oh, like she played like, I don't know, 20 games e takes d5, they just avoid this opening altogether against me.
That's such a good plan, honestly. I should just do that, take the quick draw and never have to face the French ever again.
Yeah, that could work.
Done.
All right.
Good idea. And Tina, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. So we've got this move. Okay, so
yeah, so knight takes d4 is a bit surprising because it allows f takes e5. You want to make sure that you defend that pawn on e5. That's like the one thing you have at least going for yourself in the with the white pieces in the French, that you have the pawn e5 and it gives you so much space. But if you lose control of that pawn e5, that's when black is going to attack and have a really good time with those knights moving forward. So that's, I think, what happened. Short castle first, making sure that the king is safe, and bishop e2, knight takes e5, and now that knight on e5, a very strong piece, and these pawns can move forward very soon, and that's terrifying for white.
Yeah, it is such an odd choice to have knight takes instead of pawn takes, which you usually see, but I'm sure he had a reason behind it. I'm just struggling to see what that is right now.
I guess he expected to be able to play knight takes e6, but then realized that it doesn't really do much.
The tactics, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the tactics did not allow him to do this. The bishop was hanging, or maybe he thought some knight f5 move was possible, but then turns out that all the pieces of black are defended. So I guess he just misevaluated the position and thought there was more going on. And that because of that, the pawn was not hanging, but now that Levant took the pawn, it's like, okay, I can't really prove my point here.
Durbaili is one of us. I've done that so many times, guys, where I've just like been in a classical game. It's the opening. I know what to do. And then I see a move. I'm like, ooh, this looks so nice. I wonder why no one plays this. I play it, then figure out why no one plays it.
Yep.
It's always so tempting. You think you discover a novelty, and then you're like, nope, there's a reason this isn't a move.
Yeah, very relatable.
Very much, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. So black has this knight on g4. Very annoying piece for white. And there's just no way for white to castle. I mean, you're never going to be able to castle a queenside anymore. And castling kingside is quite a challenge. So this king is stuck in the center. And because the position is so open now, this is like a nice playground for black.
Yeah, it's one of those positions that are just completely like, are pretty much, I guess he's up a little material, but positionally it's just incredibly depressing.
Yep.
for white here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't want to be here with the white pieces. Yeah, I mean it's very difficult to even try to find ways to come back here. I mean, black would have to make a lot of mistakes to spoil the position that white can come back from this. It's looking really difficult for white.
We've seen more crazy things happen.
True,
We
true.
have,
We don't count fuzzy
but
out
yeah.
yet.
It's always the commentator's course. We're like, guys, this game is over. It is good. We are done. And then they like make a move and everything's different.
Mm-hmm.
Happens every time. But I will be with you here and I'll say I think this game is most likely going to Ironian.
Yep, I think so too. Let's take a quick look at the game between Fedosiev and Tuan Minlei because something is happening here. Once again, another crazy pawn structure.
This is not what I expected to see.
It's like, I don't know, black just feels so cramped up. I mean, having a pawn stuck on e7, this is why you at least try to play the French, right? So at least the pawn is on e6.
Wait a second. What is with this French propaganda here?
Uh-oh.
Trying to convert everyone into French players. Don't listen to her.
Oh no. I mean, it's a good opening. What can I say?
Well, yeah, okay. I have nothing to say. We will let time prove. But this is just a little bit of and very uncomfortable. Not even a little bit. This is just incredibly uncomfortable here for black.
Yeah. This
like
is
how do you
rough.
even defend this? How do you keep it together?
So materially wise, black is doing all right. It's rook and how many pawns? 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5. So it's rook and 2 pawns for knight, for 2 bishops. Whoa, resignation? Wow. I did not expect it to be done so quickly, but I guess the threats are a little too much. Right, this bishop is
because I feel like if bishop, I might be wrong, but if bishop e5, you could probably just sacrifice, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're winning anyway.
Exactly. So let's put it on the board. Rook takes, pawn takes, queen g3 with checkmate on the next move. So yeah, that's a very nice find. And because of that, it was reason enough for Fedosiev to resign. So Tuan Minlei is leading the match with 1.5. So if he wins the next game, he will be through already.
That is a strong start for Min here.
Absolutely.
And I'm a fan of Min because when I was in Charlotte, I was looking over a very depressing London game I played where I don't play the London, don't worry guys. Where I was playing against the London, I was like, oh, I hate playing against the London, and he like sat down and gave me a nice line against the London. So I'm a little biased on that. So keeping in mind.
I also have a weak spot for Min. I mean, okay, quite some time ago we had a match and he adopted me, so I have to like fulfill my obligations in a way to root for him.
Daughterly obligations.
Yes. But at the same time, of course, I can't be too biased as a commentator. But yeah, he's just a very strong player, very nice personality as well. So how can one not root for Min, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's nice to see when you get all the support from the community. But we'll see what games are going on here. Let's take a quick look and see if there's anything very, very sassy going on. It looks like the Hikaru Berlin is shocker, probably gonna be a draw, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Well,
Hikaru is sacrificing another pawn. I guess it makes sense because that pawn was kind of lost anyway. Oh, now those pawns are on. The idea is that those pawns are on light squares now, so you get to play bishop d1, and then you can capture pawn on c2. So, yeah, I guess both players will just capture those pawns, and it will end in a draw. But who knows? Yeah. Maybe something crazy will happen. I mean, Bogdan is down to 4 seconds.
4
you never
seconds,
know.
Yeah. Like, you don't want to push here as well. You don't want to accidentally lose. You just want to keep it solid and be able to play on your increment.
Yeah, another 3-minute time difference against Hikaru.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
Is it like the Hikaru effect? So like you immediately you look up and you're like down 3 minutes?
Yeah, I think so.
Terrifying.
Yeah, but okay, it helps that for both players it's an opposite color bishop end game, and because of that, the winning chances are very, very tiny. So yeah, even if you are
Fair
like a
enough.
pawn up, it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, I guess Hikaru wanted the draw. He went for the Berlin. He got the draw, keeping his advantage. But we'll see. It's not over till it's over, but we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look. Do we have other interesting games going on? There's a massive time scramble happening here. Oh, it was a rook versus rook challenge, but the rooks were traded off. So this game also ending in a draw. Oh, the games are starting already in some of the other matches. Let's take a look at this match. Murali against Oparin. What is going on here? Because Oparin flagged
Great
in the
question.
first game, so he has to come back now, but his position is not looking great once again.
This is not a very fun position to be in.
Yeah, so Black is trying to apply pressure on the king side, but how far can those pawns get? Because there's also a king on g8 that gets exposed because of the pawn push on the king side. So yeah, and at the same time, those pawns on the queen side are getting very scary too.
Yeah, those passers. I mean, yeah, you have to apply some counterplay even if it doesn't work. Otherwise, those pass pawns are just gonna say hi and promote.
Yep.
Like there's nothing else you can do really.
You don't want to face passed pawns.
No, I don't want to face pass pawns. Do you want to face pass pawns?
I guess the one thing that Black has going for themselves is that after c5, you take on b3. So you can't just recklessly push those pawns. You have to keep an eye on those tactics because there's another pawn over here on a3 that would love to move forward as well. So it's not that easy for white.
Yeah, I mean, if he can hold the draw, that will be nice. If he can't hold the draw, it's going to be really tough to come back from that. He'll need to win 2 games in a row just to tie the match and go to Armageddon. So
that's a tough one. So yeah,
not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, at least the players are currently in the winner's bracket, so in case they will lose their first match, they have another chance in the loser's bracket. By the way, the loser's bracket is only best of 2, so you'd have to be in good shape for that one.
That is a tough one. Yeah, you don't want to be like completely knocked out. Wait, do we want to take a look at the Aronian game? It's 25 seconds.
Yeah, let's take
on
a
each
look.
Side.
Ooh. Interesting, the king got out. Remember the king was on e1 and it looked very unsafe there, but it got all the way to a3, but now it's cut off by the rook, so same problem, but different spot.
He has 15 seconds.
Ooh.
And it looked like there was a tactic there. It looked like there was rook a8. I'm still struggling to understand rook a8 though, but
I guess it was king b3, knight c1? Did he?
Okay, yeah. He completely missed that.
Oh.
And then you just win the rook. Nice.
Oh,
nice,
don't
nice.
wait, is he going to repeat? Oh gosh, I got scared.
No, I love when opponents do that. Like when you really want them to repeat, and then they do like it twice just to like get you excited, and then they switch it up, get their increment back.
Yeah, but sometimes you accidentally run into a repetition. I've seen this happen in classical games too. It's crazy.
He has 8 seconds and he has to find the right move. This is actually so difficult. Yeah, he doesn't want to accidentally repeat.
Yeah, he has a check, okay, so the rook is not hanging.
Very important.
Levon is making things a little bit too difficult here, but of course, I mean, with seconds on the clock, what more can you ask for? Not an easy position. The pawn is also under attack, so he plays king d5 to defend. 2 seconds for Fasif. King e3.
How do you find it?
Okay.
It
should be winning for Black, but
3 seconds. Don't flag, Aronian.
Oh, this
is tough.
It is tough to convert. Like, he definitely had an easier way to win earlier, and this feels like one misstep and it's over. Knight f4, a very strong move because bishop takes, pawn takes, king d4, and that pawn promotes. So you can't take on f4, and now he's capturing that pawn on h4, and this should be over.
Opposition, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, 2 seconds, 1 second. Yeah, and we just see it. We see the resignation there with 0.7 seconds. That means Aronian has won that game.
Yep, now on 1.5 out of 2. So if he wins the next game, he is through in the next round. In the next round of this bracket.
Thank you, Chess Dojo, for the raid. Thank you, thank you.
Welcome. Hello.
It is nice to see you. I am Jules, if you don't know me, and this is my mortal nemesis, Anna-Maja, who destroys me over the board.
Oh no, that's going to last.
Look nice and kind.
It's going to sit for a while now. Oh no.
She may look nice and kind, but no, she is not nice and kind when you're on the board, absolutely destroying your dragon dwarf.
I'm excited to see you play next week. I heard that you're playing in the Poetess Live Invitational. I'm so excited for that.
I will be playing in the Botas Live Invitational. It will be so fun. I'm very excited. We're going down to LA. It will just be a small streamers tournament.
So awesome.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed on that.
I mean, it's so hard to root for someone in particular because all the girls are, you know, we know all the girls, and it's like if you're rooting for someone, you're rooting against someone. So I'm just rooting for fun games.
Don't worry about it. We know you're rooting for me. We know you are. We'll just pretend that you're not rooting for me for fairness.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not played the Bota Sisters over the board just yet. Not yet. The chances were they were there in Formentera, but yeah.
Fair, yeah. Who's gonna be there? I think the people confirmed so far it's gonna be both of the Boteses. Nemo, Dina, Anna Cramling, me, and I'm not sure if the other two have been publicly confirmed, so I'm not gonna say, but I think that is what's been shown so far.
We'll see.
I don't want to accidentally leak. I'm not gonna leak.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have like tons of matches starting. The second one ends. Some people are already on their third match.
Yeah, I'm quickly going to check if one match has already ended, but I think all the matches are still ongoing. 2 draws in Frederick Swain and Vladimir Kramnik's match, so these players will definitely have a 4th game going on. But Jules, how about we take a quick look at Division 3, because we have not been able to follow the games over there.
Good idea.
Let me quickly refresh the tab so we can have a proper view at it. I was looking at Division 3 earlier today, and I was really happy to see the representation of the Dutchies in this division.
Oh, yeah?
I remember Benjamin Bacchus playing. Of course, he's very strong, well-known in the online chess scene. But I was also really happy to see Thomas Beertsen and also Erin Lamy. So there's 3 Dutchies playing in Division 3. Wait, let's take a look. Oh, speaking of Thomas Beertsen, he actually already won his match. He won 3-0 against none other than V... Oh, because... I think it was a no-show. Because I don't see moves. Oh, we had a few no-shows. Oh.
Still counts. 3-0.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it still counts. We had a few no-shows.
Complete wipeout.
But yeah, I guess we'll take those. But the match between Erin Lamy and Alexei Drev is very interesting because Erin is on 2 out of 2. So this match is actually happening. With a draw, Erin advances to the next round in Division 3. So let's see if Alexei Drev can come back from this 2-point deficit.
And that's what we were talking before about. Like, you don't want to be in that position where you have to completely just go berserk to get a win in a drawn position.
Yeah, exactly. The game just started, so it's still early stages of the game. A lot can happen, but I know that Erin is a super solid player, so I think he's like feeling very comfortable right now, just taking space, developing the pieces slowly, and especially with the white pieces, making a draw is much easier. So yeah, I can definitely see him make it to a draw in this game.
Yeah, well, that most likely will happen, but I'll be on team Dreyev just so we have like a little bit of balance here, you know. I'll be like against the Dutch, you before
You
the
have
Dutch, you
something
know.
against the Dutchies? Is this getting
I
personal
love
now?
the Dutch. I love the Dutch. I've been to Amsterdam. I love the Netherlands. Big fan. But I just feel
Nice.
like for the sake of fairness, you know.
No, I'm just
Mhm.
messing around.
Yeah, and the Dutch language, I always like see it and I get very confused
Oh no.
because it looks like English. It really does.
It's
The
very
Dutch language looks
similar.
like English,
Yeah, there's
but
like
it's not.
so many similarities. I guess when you hear it, you're like, what? But I guess when you read it, you're like, oh, that looks familiar, you know? Or that word I know. There's a lot of similar words in between Dutch and English.
Fair enough. So, is there any, so we still have this last third game going on as well. And will Div 3 go to losers bracket as well? Or no? Do we know?
If the losers will go to the losers bracket in Division 3?
Mm-hmm.
I think so, yeah. I think it's the same for Division. Actually, I would have to double check this. I can quickly check. I have all the brackets open. Division 3. Yeah, they also have a losers bracket. So there's like so many matches happening at the same time here because we have double the amount of players in Division 3.
Wow. What do you say for second chances? Ba-ba-ba, division losers bracket.
You should make like an intro, you know, like
Just have like my guitar strumming. I'll never be asked to commentate ever again. I was looking at an interesting game in Div 3. It's probably the end of it. It's Bortnik versus Ivik.
Let's see if I can find it in this pool of games. It's massive. Oh no, it's all the way at the top, I guess.
Yeah, I know. It's a very big
Okay,
pool
I found it. I found it.
Thank you.
Okay, what's happening here? Alexander Bortnik on 1.5 out of 2. If he wins this game, he advances to the next round. Will he make it? His position looking very good.
How do you follow? Well, he's just up materially. And the king is so vulnerable. And the knight's under attack. Okay, the more I'm looking at this position, like the worse it gets. I was like, okay, like, you know, it's okay. Like a little.
Yeah, there's a king on
no,
F1. The queen takes G3 and then checkmate in one thread. Surely there's some compensation, but
it's maybe somewhere.
But it's really easy for white to defend, and you just move the bishop, and you're never going to get checkmated. So,
what are you gonna do, right?
Yeah, this is looking tough for Vladimir Ivic. But
and it just shows you get that momentum, you keep it going, and it's hard to come back from that.
Yeah, exactly. So looking very good for Bortnik. Yeah, I guess he just has to make sure to not allow any tricks. I mean, there's still tricks in position, knight e3 incoming in the next few moves, so you gotta be prepared for that.
Yeah, someone says, imagine commentary jinx and Ivic wins.
Yeah. Yeah, I would consider taking that knight off, getting that knight off the board, but it feels unnecessary as well. You don't really want to draw this game and then give your opponent the chance to come back in the next game. So, while you're winning, you just want to finish it off and go to the next match.
Fair enough. Yeah, you just want to keep it going. You don't want to be sent into the losers pit. Me and Kostya were joking that like every time a person loses, and if they lose out of the losers bracket, they get sent to the chess.com pit. Where they're like forced to do karaoke and like just sit there sad.
Oh yeah, you don't want to go there.
You don't want to go there.
Motivation to not lose.
Exactly. Everyone has to sing one ABBA song.
Oh no.
On Zoom. Ultimate punishment.
Yeah, I think that's a chess player's worst nightmare. So that gives them enough incentive to play their best.
Should we, let's see, is anything exciting happening in 2 or has it just started?
I guess, before we jump back to Division 2, one thing to note is that Denis Lazovic is losing in his match against Yuri Kuzubov. We know that Lazovic is very strong, has really good results online. We hear from him a lot. But when we see this match, he's down 2-0 already, and he is not doing well at all in this game either. So it seems to be heading to a draw, but with a draw, he would be sent to the losers bracket already. So that is quite a surprising result.
I'm wondering if it's just because it's, you know, just a bad day for him, or if it's Rapid. If maybe he's a little stronger at Blitz than Rapid.
It could be, absolutely. I mean, this format is so crazy, right? We're so used to playing speed chess, 3+2, 3+1. Every Tuesday we have 3+1 happening, so the players are probably mostly used to that. And then we have the Champions Chess Tour, where we have 10+2. So suddenly you have to make that switch. And exactly. So it's not easy. It's not easy to make that switch, and those tiny things, the little details make the difference, especially at this level. So maybe, yeah, maybe it's not his day. Who knows?
Yeah, that might be a little tough there. But yeah, you can't really base anything off of a single performance. Still, it can be very challenging to come back from something like that.
He can still make his comeback in the losers bracket if he lands there. So I'm sure he will keep trying. Yeah, I would not be surprised if he makes it out of the losers bracket if he gets there. So
yeah, it will be interesting to see for sure. And then he won't have to go to the chess.com pit, and then he won't have to sing karaoke. And there you go. It's just a good day for him. He is happy. He gets to go on with his day.
Yep, reason enough to keep going. All right, let's go back to Division 2. We missed quite a bit here. Let's quickly check what is happening. So, Vladimir Fedosiev managed to come back in this match against Minlay. So, this match is tight. So, the fourth game is going to matter. Maybe we'll have Armageddon. Who knows?
Oh, I love Armageddon. For you guys who don't know in chat, they both get a bid, and the one with the time that's lower has to play with that time, but they get to choose what color they play, and black gets drawn. So, it's a lot of fun. Seems complicated. It's not. But it's always fun to see how they bid, trying to outbid the other one.
Yeah, and the players have done it probably already like so many times so far. So at some point you're like, okay, how low do I go? Do I just go for the 10 minutes?
Do you go down low?
Or do you go for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 minutes?
Do you hit the floor?
Yeah. Yeah, just give me 1 minute and I'll send it.
Exactly. I'll make it how I'll play Berlin. So,
have you ever played Armageddon, actually?
Me? I have never played Armageddon before, no.
I don't think I have either.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what the most drawish opening I would possibly play would be, but I don't know. Maybe I would learn the Berlin just for that. I've been tempted before. If someone plays like something I really don't like against my openings, I'm like, well, how long would it take to just learn the Berlin?
I guess you just have to be prepared of other lines, right? So if they don't play the Ruy Lopez, then you'd have to figure out what to do against the Taldi and the Scotch, the, I don't know.
Yeah, King's Gambit, whatever.
Yeah, nah, you name it.
All of the funness there.
Yep. So it comes with a price.
It definitely does. I'm trying to see. There's an end game with Jules Moussard and Alan Pachot.
Right, let's take a look.
That could be a little spicy.
Ooh, that queen is looking
very nice. You know, it's one of those cases where most people prefer, and tell me if you're different, but most people prefer the two works over the queen, but definitely the queen has its advantages with mobility.
Yeah, I guess those pawns are also super weak. The king is super weak, so for now, white is just grabbing those pawns. But yeah, I guess I would not be surprised if this game still ends in a draw, but for now, white has these 3 passed pawns, and they are really difficult to stop.
Yeah, and that king can escape. I was just looking at that, about that king escaping through that d3, which is very, very important. Otherwise, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
but that's still going to be difficult. You're going to have to keep up a little bit of the pressure. Make sure you can actually pawn grab without being greedy.
Yeah, for example, now queen takes h5 I think would be too much, but you can start slowly with queen e5 check, start pushing the d pawn slowly, move it forward. You have to be careful of moves such as rook a3 because of the checkmate threat, and it's not easy to defend against that.
It's not easy to defend against checkmate.
Yeah.
So sad when that happens.
I guess you have like checks for going on for yourself here, but you want to win here with white, so it would be a waste to allow such tricks, you know?
And he's lucky. He has 1 minute and 30 seconds left, which I think will be more than enough time to calculate all these traps that you were talking about.
Exactly. So I'm curious to see if Jules manages to convert this somehow, but...
Other Jules.
Other Jules, yes.
Less cool Jules.
Less cool.
Yeah,
I hope he doesn't see this.
No, me and Jules Broussard, we're homies. We're good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, luckily I didn't have to play him in Formentera. It could be worse.
Oh, I was so excited to face him. It was like very close. I think it was like one board off that I would play him. And I was like, oh, I'm so ready to play him. And then next thing I know, I was not playing it anymore. So too bad. He escaped from me, but...
He escaped your wrath.
Exactly. I'll get him next time.
Absolutely. And I feel your pain because I was one board away from playing a Vanchuk twice in 2 tournaments. 2 separate tournaments. I was 1 board away because my first tournament I had an upset in Swiss pairings and he had a draw. We just had wrong colors. And then Formentera, I had the bye and he had a draw, but also wrong colors.
Oh,
so
that hurts.
My heart.
One day, we'll make it happen.
We'll make it happen. It has to. He's been avoiding me for too long.
Maybe special guest to both this live invitational.
Benchik just absolutely destroys us all.
That would be awesome though. But okay, let's see. So for now, Jules is doing an amazing job holding on to the advantage. Of course. I know you don't like the French as much, but we can still be best friends, you know? Some way.
But yeah, it's I actually wish there were more puzzles like this about how to hold on and convert your advantage when there's so many checkmate threats going on, because it's not easy, especially when you're a little bit low on time.
Yeah, it's hard to say what exactly helps white here, because let's say rook a3. I guess the reason why king d1 was played so he had to play king c1, so there's no checkmate, the rook is hanging. So let's say rook a3, king c1, the rook goes all the way to h2. You just stay on b1 and ask your opponent, okay, what are you going to do? But then you give black the opportunity to give checks. It's not easy. White has to play very accurately, and I think... Oh no!
Oh, and we just saw it. And with 6 seconds, his opponent only has 6 seconds.
And I wonder where the draw is. You cannot go all the way up to the 4th ring because of check. He may have missed this. Oh, this is why. This is why he's not gonna like d5. Yep. What to do about this? I mean, we were talking about this, right? It's not easy to convert this. You make one wrong move and it's suddenly your advantage is gone. So we are still trying to figure out how to actually convert this. But
yeah, and you just have to go for the draw, or else with increment, you're just going to lose this game.
Yeah, so if a 2700 Grandmaster cannot find the win, then...
what hope is there for the rest of us?
Exactly.
But that means they're both 1.5 out of 2, so the next game is going to be the decider.
True. So they played 3 draws, so let's see if they manage to find the decisive result in game 4. What is going on here?
That's a great question. What is going on here?
I guess there's a pawn on e5 that is pinned, so you're attacking the knight, but also not really. This rook, I have no idea how this rook got there, Jules.
Yeah, and strangely, I would feel like this would be decent for white, except maybe you're just gonna lose that pawn. Because you don't have the dark square bishop, so you have really not a lot of control. That open file doesn't exactly do much for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing how this rook teleported from h8 to h5. I mean, that's interesting. How it dodged the pawn e5 too. It's incredible, but
It's a survivor rook.
yeah, certainly. Let's see if it
Keeps
pays
going.
off for Fedosiev. But for now, yeah, the pawn at e5 is hanging. The question is, do we want to take it?
That's a great question. Do we do some greedy pawn grabs?
Okay, I guess there's a rook hang. Maybe we should take care of that first.
That is true. Okay, wait, okay. So knight takes bishop, takes, and then
Yep.
you get the pawn and you're happy. Life is good, yeah?
I guess the
Oh,
rook
but
is
you're still
hanging
hanging.
again.
It's still hanging. How do you stop it from hanging? Okay, wait. Rook e8.
Yeah. I
Then
want to
you're
play rook
good.
e8. Yeah, I
Then
like
you're
that.
good. Then there's no way to save it.
Mm-hmm.
And how are you gonna attack that rook?
Yeah,
What you gonna do?
that rook is gonna be saved there. The time control
Yes,
is
this
10
is 10
plus
plus
2.
2.
So
Jinx.
the players have increment at least.
Yeah, they do have increment. It's still not gonna be exceptionally easy. Especially we've seen a lot of these games just absolutely be decided by time.
Yep.
And
Alright.
yeah, so
Let's
this
see.
game, this game's gonna be the decider. If they draw, they will go to Armageddon.
True. I'm down for that. I'm expecting quite a few Armageddons today, honestly.
Fair enough.
Wait, what's happening in the game between Hikaru and Bogdan over here?
Oh wow. Okay, let's take a look.
Oh, looks like Hikaru is losing his game.
But he only Bogdan Daniel Diak only has 8 seconds to Hikaru's minute.
Once
I
again,
swear.
time advantage. But this time Hikaru in a losing position. This A pawn is super strong, and how can Hikaru stop this pawn? Oh,
Will
rook
he have enough time to
b6.
convert this? That is nice. But will he have enough time to convert this? I mean, this is a simple matter of technique, which these guys are both amazing at. It's just a little scary. We only have 2 seconds increment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you play Hikaru, you need even more than just technique.
Yeah, you need to feel like comfortable that you can take your time and think. In fact, I think he might be even more difficult to win against than someone else in this position, even just skill aside, just because of how scary it might be to mess it up.
Yeah, I guess now this is completely lost, right? Knight has to move, bishop b4, check in the air, and the black king is so active, nothing can go wrong anymore for black. Unless black flags somehow, that's concerning, but okay, now bishop up, this should be over.
And
there
we
you
see
go.
it, he won by resignation. So what does that put the score for them?
1.5 out of 3 for both players. So we will see game 4 and with the potential of another Armageddon.
It's very exciting. Very, very exciting indeed. So that last game will decide it, which means we're not going to see any Berlins, most likely.
Who knows? Ooh, a brilliant move played by Levana Aronian. He is in a winning position against Fazif, and if he wins this game, then he will advance in the winner's bracket. So, yeah, looking good for Levon.
Wow, look at this. This is going to be really nice. This is some puzzle rush right here. 5 seconds to figure it out, 49 seconds as well. That is a nightmare.
Yeah, those pieces are too passive. Now just giving a check, trying to simplify because white is up a pawn, and you can argue it's more than just one pawn.
Yeah, it's like a pawn and a half.
yeah. The pawn c5 is also so weak, so.
Do you think we're going to see the resignation, or will he play it out?
I think he'll try his best to play it out, just because if he loses this game, it's over. And he will be sent to the losers bracket. So I think he will keep trying, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, doubling up the pawns, but now you're just up so much. You also have the G pawn, the F pawn. So you could even argue that, like, I don't know, you just hang on to that pawn and take that H pawn and you're good.
Yeah, I guess there are positions where, oh, there is the resignation. There are positions where white, let's say, has two pawns that are not connected in a rook endgame, and somehow there's a draw in the air. So there are positions where the opponent can draw with only a rook on the board, but this is too much. There's 3 pawns on the board. The pawn h4 is extremely weak, and black is running out of moves. So with this win, Levon Aronian advances to the next round. Vasif Durarbaili is going to lose his bracket, but as he goes there, he has another chance to come back, and we'll see soon who his opponent is going to be over there.
That will be really interesting, and they only have 2 games in the losers bracket, so they really have to make it count. So we'll see some interesting openings. I always like looking at those what they play when they're really fighting for the win.
Yeah.
And should we take a look at this last Hikaru game, as this is the decider?
Yeah, let's take a look. The game just started. We see a d4 opening. Solid setup from both players. Putting the bishop on d6, knights on d7, f6. Yeah, it's interesting that Hikaru opted for this move a6. The pawns are all on light squares over here, so it's like a nice little pyramid for that bishop, but at the cost of that light squared bishop.
Right, that bishop is not getting out anytime soon. That bishop is a very, very sad kid at a party who has not been invited. That bishop is the kid on Valentine's Day who has gone no Valentines. Like, that bishop is so sad. It's even sadder than a French bishop, honestly.
Oh my...
Look at this. Where is it gonna go?
I mean, that I agree with, you know? My bishop shines in the French, but this one, I don't see it shine anytime soon.
The worst impression you can make on Anna-Maja is to beat her in her French.
True.
She'll never talk to you again. That's
true.
So instead of her beautiful French like squared bishop, you have this horrible bishop. But that being said, both players are going to really want to go for the win here. I mean, the win decides it all. So we already see, look at these time odds that Diak's giving Hikaru.
Yeah, it's very surprising that Bogdan is spending so much time already early on. I mean, you have to sort of divide the time throughout the game. And if you spend this much time in the opening, then you will not have much time left later on. So part of me is hoping that there's some connection issue and that's all, and he will be able to recover and play his moves quickly. But it is surprising to see that he's taking so much time already early on, because there's a lot of moves that you would play almost instantly here.
Yeah, but you don't want to accidentally get into a bad position in the opening against Hikaru. Yep. It's a little scary, but yeah, we're definitely seeing, because you want to take your time in these rapid games. You're absolutely right. You want to take your time, you want to think, but like, not like this.
Not like this, indeed.
Not like this, but we do see it. Now it's 9 minutes to 6 minutes. I guess he's prepping for Armageddon with that time difference.
Yeah, I think Hikaru will go. Actually, will he go for? I think he will go for a low bid. Actually, if this game ends in a draw and we go to Armageddon, I guess Hikaru wouldn't mind like taking a few minutes less.
Yeah, he doesn't need it, and he'll get the draw. It's probably play something extremely drawish. That is not a situation that actually is kind of a lose-lose, because if Diak tries to outbid Nakamura, then he's going to have even worse time odds, and he'll have to be even more careful with his time.
Yeah.
So he really just needs to win this game. Also, he supposedly has the slight advantage of this game, having white, not having any draws. So he really has to make this chance count.
Yeah, we will leave the players up to this for now, because they have a lot of time. The game just started. We have some games that are about to finish. What is happening in this game? I see the eval bar was going up and down, back and forth, but it seems like actually now it's over. Vladimir Fedoseev wins his game and is actually advancing to the next round.
Wow, what a comeback, because Min was completely in the advantage the first 2 rounds. Then Fedoseev managed to come back and knock Min out.
Yeah, so despite the fact that Min was up 1 point, Fedosiev managed to win 2 games in a row, and with that, he is moving on to the next round. Minlay gets another chance and loses bracket, so we will see him again over there.
We will. And most of these games will be ending this round, but we might see a few Armageddon games. For example, Hikaru might go to Armageddon.
Yep.
We might see, is there anyone else in particular that might go to Armageddon?
Let's see. So the game between Jules Mussar and Alan Pichot, they are a 1.5, 1.5. But if we look at the current position, it seems to be the case that Black is doing just fine. So if Jules manages to win this game, then we will not see Armageddon. But another draw would be Armageddon time.
That will be really interesting. We do love Armageddons here. They are so fun. For you guys, you have to stay tuned for Armageddons. We love to see how they bid. But this is going to be ending the Div 2, Div 3 very, very, very soon. So they've really been fighting it out these first couple rounds.
Yeah, we have a few games left in Division 2. Maybe we can quickly take a look at Division 3 just to see what's going on there, because we missed quite a lot of the action over there. If we take a quick look, Benjamin Bach is still ahead 1 point. If he draws this game, he is through. Let's see if we have any other results already. A lot of game 4s over here, so it's not decided just yet in many of the matches. Kuzubov is through, so Lazovic will go down to the losers bracket. Bortnik won another game, so Bortnik is through as well. Let's see what else we got. This match ended in a win for Abhimanyu Buranik. So Hakopian is going down to the losers bracket. There's so many matches going on, Jules. It's madness.
I see you. I completely understand there.
Mm-hmm.
And Dubov is on his last match as well with Dragoon.
Let's take a look. Yeah, okay, I see it. And this is 2-2-1, so Dubov only needs a draw, and he will win the match.
Get here, yeah.
Yeah, it's looking good. He doesn't seem to be in any trouble whatsoever. He's the one that has the active bishop. This pawn is safe for now. So, yeah. Maybe he will not be able to convert this to an advantage, but
he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to, yeah. Exactly.
You can just relax, play for the draw, file your nails, watch a movie, take your draw and move forward, which is the position really everyone wants to be in here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, seems like these games didn't start too long ago either. Let's take a look what's happening over here in this match between Sindarov and Sargsyan. Oh, it's like White did not move those pawns whatsoever, but is already in a winning position.
I guess it really shows development before moving pawns.
It's 7 pawns against 2. This is madness. Wait, it's 5 pawns for a rook, but that rook is hanging, so ooh, that's rough.
That rook is getting back there a little bit. Also, that king is so out in the open.
Yeah, this is looking terrifying, and actually Sargsyan was ahead 1 point on the scoreboard, so if Sindarov manages to win this game, then we will have Armageddon happening in this one.
How exciting. We love our Armageddons. I always love the more Armageddons, the better, personally.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to see at least 5 Armageddons.
Really?
Between,
now that is
well, I guess Division 2 and 3 combined, right? Yes. So that's a lot of matches, and I can see the potential, yes.
I can see it too. I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah. Let's take a quick look back at Division 2. Still some games going on here. I believe we just had a what happened in the game between Kramnik and Swane, because Swane managed to win his game, so now Kramnik is in a must-win situation. It is 2-1, so if the game ends in a draw now, the 4th game, then it will be over. and Kramnik will go down to the losers bracket. So he has to try to win this one.
And what we've seen is usually in those positions that we've seen today, those must-win positions, it's been tough because they've had to play with black, but Kramnik's with white here, so it is possible for him to have a win.
Yeah.
We can see it. In fact, I will make my commentators bet. I will make my commentators bet that we'll see him win and go to Armageddon.
Okay, I like it. I mean, Frederick is being very bold with the move a5 over here. It's like h5 makes sense, as in you're attacking on the king side towards the king, so you have a target, but what is exactly the target when playing a5? It's hard to see. I guess playing a4, a3 is never a terrible idea, but it doesn't feel as destructive as h5 can be. So curious to see what he has in mind.
Usually I play a5 when I want to prevent some sort of AB pawn push, but I'm not sure really how that would happen here anyway.
Yeah, let's I guess we'll see what happens. For now the players have a lot of time. So let's take a look at some of the other games, because some games are getting close to time trouble. Let's take a look at the game between Jules Mussard and Alain Pichot, because this is getting very crazy.
And we already know Anna-Maja is biased towards the French, so...
Oh wait, was this it was actually a French, played by a French, wow. Okay, that's like double.
But I actually don't know if it was French.
It was. I quickly scrolled. It was a French.
Up. Wow.
Yeah, that's
okay.
why I was like, oh.
It was a French played by a French. Amazing.
Now it will be so unfortunate if he doesn't manage to win this one.
And then, you know, Alan can play the Spanish, so it's a Spanish played by a Spanish, and you can keep it going, you know.
Well, 1 minute left on the clock for Alan, and the weak king, so that's not a fun position to be in. Yeah, which side would you rather pick here? I mean, it's so scary for both sides. I have a hard time choosing sides here. C4, what a move.
I think just with the time advantage, like in such a complex position, you have to go with a person with more time here.
Yep.
They have time to think. They have time to really find all the critical moves.
Seems
it's just
like
it's tough in that. As much as I like Jules Mussard, I really want to see the French defeated, so we don't get more French propaganda here. So we don't get to play the French defense, guys.
Oh, wow. Even if it's your own friend.
I know. What can I say? What can I say?
Wow, like, the feelings are really strong here.
Yep.
All right. Well, he plays a brilliant move. Yeah. He lost a knight, but he's getting so much in return for it, because that knight is coming to h4. The rook is coming in to h8, maybe to f8, and this king on g2, very unsafe.
And they make these moves so quickly, they just see everything right away, all these sacrifices. He used barely any time. Even though he could, he's up 3 minutes against his opponent, who's only at 8 seconds. So yeah, someone in chat says I'm literally reviewing the French on Chessable while she says this.
Amazing! You see, we're getting there.
Look, I do not judge you guys how you want to do your chess, live your life. I do not judge you guys. I'm just saying you are wrong for wanting to play the French defense. I will leave it at that.
It's okay. One day you'll change your mind. The Dragon Door will not be enough anymore.
I love the Dragon Door. Yeah, someone's a fan of Caro in chat, and I do think that is better than the French. But I will not go into it. I will not go into it. The French is doing very well in this game. As we saw, it was I think it was like French Steinitz variation or something. And he just has so much space. That king is super weak. You've got that like kind of monster pawn on a g4 doing all the action, which actually white is targeting right now. So you do have to be careful. Like, you were correct when you said it. It is a little bit scary for both players here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the knight on f4 is just so strong. Pawn on g2, you always have to keep an eye on that one. And yeah, black has to find a way to break through here, because for now, white is defending so well. The bishop on d4 is so strong, covering f2. This pawn is stopped very well. So now
Yeah,
you have
you
to
can't
find
do
a way
knight takes f5.
You have to find a way to
Because,
proceed.
You can't play anything here. Like, that is very tough. Yeah, I feel like the trade is a little beneficial because now you don't really have to worry about that G pawn for the near future. But also I understand wanting that trade since he's so low on time against Musard here.
Yeah, 5 seconds. I mean, 5 seconds, worst position. What can you possibly try to do here? There's so many threats in the position. Knight h3 comes to mind. Maybe you want to play king d5 right here. And
But look at f6, yeah. Like he really did try a lot for counterplay. He's up, yeah, up a pawn. It's just, yeah, it's just a very tough position here. I think this will be a French win. I say.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good for Jules. So yeah, he has a bit on the clock, so he has to start speeding up, because we know what happened in the last game. He started to run low on the clock, and then suddenly he gave away the advantage, and it was a draw.
That was so tough.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's probably fresh in his mind, which is why he's keeping time up so much. Also, chat really needs to learn a little bit, because we have someone just said that London system is clearly superior, which I think London system might be the only opening worse than the French defense, personally. So good job on that one for finding one. Congratulations, chat.
I hate the London so much. I hate it so much that I tried playing it myself, and I just can't play it with white either. It's so devastating.
No, because yeah, you always get in such tough positions with the London. You're like, oh, maybe this is a good opening. Then you try to play it, and you know,
it doesn't work. It only works against me.
I feel that way about the French too. It's, you know, you can't do anything with it, can you?
Yeah, it's tough.
All right, let's see what maybe if there's some action in some of the critical games as well here.
Oh, now that you're saying it, the eval bar is going back and forth. The players are low on time in this game. This is getting crazy, but I think Alan made the final mistake now, because now the G-pawn is running for his life, knight of 3, and white has nothing left anymore.
You think he's just going to convert it? Yeah. And oh, but the time is evening a little bit. 27 seconds to, well, 2 seconds. Yeah. So it's evening a little bit.
Yeah, but now with the e-pawn gone,
only one thunder, yeah.
This is so much easier to play with black. That pawn is just unstoppable now.
Yeah, it's just a much better convert. Very good technique.
Yeah, it was getting a little tricky at some point, but of course Alan has been on 2 seconds for the longest time, and you can only be on 2 seconds for so long. So he was surviving really well, but Jules played better in the end and manages to win his game and advance in the next round.
And that will mean that Alan Peugeot will be sent to the losers bracket of D2. He'll be sent to the losers bracket of D2, where he'll have a chance to come back. So we'll stay tuned for that as well. And I'm just scrolling through the games right now, so we can look at Hikaru. It's the last game, and his opponent has 3 seconds on the clock. See if he can hold it.
Yeah, there's another classic situation. Opponent of Hikaru low on the clock, but yeah, it seems like white can survive this position, but it's concerning. Maybe. I guess that pawn b4 is very vulnerable, but for now there's like so much happening on the board. The queen was hanging, rook was loose on d5, but they traded all the heavy pieces off the board, and now we are in this endgame where black is up a pawn, but the drawing chances are there for white.
Yeah, white has that very active king, which is quite nice, except I think usually in these time scrambles it favors the position with a knight. Just because those forks are something you always have to keep watch for, even at their level. Like you always have to like keep in mind getting all your pieces in place so you don't accidentally lose a bishop.
True, knight is such a tricky piece, so you have to make sure to not fall into forks here. King on c5 is already dropping a pawn on f2, let's say, with a fork on d3, so you have to be careful here. But because the position is so open, this bishop can control two sides of the board really easily. And with an active king, I see drawing chances here for white, but we never know.
Oh, you have to be so careful. And if he draws, he goes to Armageddon. If he loses, he's sent to the loser's bracket. And after such a big comeback, that would be pretty devastating, I think, for Diok here. So he really wants this draw, which is still in the cards. This draw is still in the cards.
Hmm. Yeah,
4
he's
seconds.
pushing pawns on the king side, and it may
1
just
second.
pay
Move,
off.
move, move, move.
No, he lost! No, he lost on time! That is so unlucky. He was doing an amazing job at holding his own in this endgame. Ouch.
Our heart goes out to you.
The Hikaru curse. It has happened.
The Hikaru course is very sad. We see the flag. This is our second flag that we've seen in D2 today. And this might be the most devastating one because this decides who goes on. Hikaru is going to go for it in D3. Meanwhile, Bogdan Daniel Diak, even though he put up an amazing fight, will go down to the loser's bracket of D2. Sorry, I think Hikaru, I said D. I keep thinking D3 is the more advanced one. Hikaru will move forward in D2, winner's bracket. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a brutal format, but that's why you have to keep playing very fast. You cannot get yourself down to 2 seconds that easily. So
that is so tough.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Let's see what's happening in this match. Maxim Matlakov, all he needs is a draw to advance in the winner's bracket. Is he able to get it? He's down a pawn though, so I'm sure Alexander Grishuk is going to try his best to swindle here. Let's see.
But he has less time. He has 4 seconds.
Hmm.
But this time difference is much closer. If we see a flag here, we'll know it's our fault. We'll know we've done something.
Yeah, white is getting very active though. I really like white's chances here. The chances would be very small, but it's not easy to defend this with black.
Yeah, especially you have that knight. What did we say about that knight?
Oh, there you go. A mistake. And now this f-pawn is pushing forward. And how can you stop that pawn? Knight g5 incoming, f7, rook c8, and that pawn. Oh,
and it's over.
Whoa. I think he had the chance to play either king f7 or king f8, because now with the king on d7, the pawn is just unstoppable.
And you're going to see a promotion, which means... Wait, no, that will mean that we go to Armageddon, yes?
Yep, this match is going to Armageddon officially.
Ladies and gentlemen, we see an Armageddon coming soon.
Ooh,
so
and not
that is
Armageddon.
always very exciting.
I believe we have one more game going on in this division. The game between Vladimir Kramnik and Frederick Svane. Let's see.
Yeah, and this is a must-win situation for Kramnik here.
Let's see. Players have quite some time. So, well, Frederick is down to lower than 2 minutes, so that's a bit tricky.
It's not the worst time difference we've seen so far, but it is going to be a little tough if the position starts to get incredibly sharp, which I don't know. I think it's sharp, but I think it's doable with that time right now.
Currently, white is up a pawn, but black can recapture that pawn right away on c5, so no need to worry about the material here. But if white's attack on the king side is not happening, then I would definitely take the black pieces, because all that white has going on for themselves is some attack on the king side. But with that bishop on f8, I don't really see an attack happening over here.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is that you really want to get your light square bishop active here as white to really, I don't know, have any chances for this attack, or maybe push your kingside pawns. But it's almost like all the pieces you have attacking as white are what's in the way from developing a few more pieces to help.
Yeah. Yeah, this is tough. It feels like white is a little bit stuck, and I would want to start pushing pawns on the king side rather than having all those pieces lined up on the king side.
Yeah, I was looking at like queen h5 or something, but I think you just might run into issues with that. I'm not really sure where you could really put your queen to start pushing those pawns.
Yeah, I guess something like queen h3 looks really sad though.
Yeah, that does look very sad. But those pawns could be worth it. Those pawns could be worth it. The queen is pretty powerful, even behind those pawns. All right, we see bishop. Oh,
Ooh, d4, sacrificing the pawn. Is that a good idea though? Well, the pawn on c2 is hanging, I guess, so not really losing material, but maybe having the pawn on d5 was the one thing helping black.
yeah. I was thinking because it stops your bishop from getting to e4, which is naturally, I think, where the bishop kind of wants to be right now.
Yep.
It really like hindered all of the movement of that light squared bishop, and now maybe it can get free.
Yeah. This this I don't like anymore for black. I mean, that pawn on d5 was really strong and needed, but without the pawn, it suddenly feels like something cleared up for white. As you mentioned, bishop can now go to e4 at some point, starts threatening things on the diagonal. So yeah, at the same time, black doesn't really have much going on. I mean, you're attacking the pawn on c2, but what else is there?
Yeah, I'm even like looking at sacrifices if you want to put the bishop on e4. I don't know, maybe not yet, but it does look like it could get pretty sharp, and he has 3 minutes to 36 seconds, which is why he really wants to avoid sharp. And you know right now, you know that he knows it's all of a sudden gotten a lot more complicated. And that in itself is such a psychological disadvantage. I don't know. It's still anyone's game. What do you think? Who would you take here, Anna?
I guess since Frederick only needs a draw, I think he's just more than happy to trade pieces and make it a draw at some point. He's not trying to win, I guess. So maybe that's his mindset right now. But he's going down to 20 seconds, and I would be very concerned here with the black pieces. I mean, the opponent having 3 minutes on the clock, and it feels like the white pieces, the white side is in the driver's seat here, trying to control the game. And black is the one that needs to defend, play passively, and try to survive. So, looking good for Vladimir Kramnik, but he would have to step up to trying to find a way to win this game.
Definitely. And he's taking his time right now, which is good, I think. You really need to find some critical moves here. You need to be able to keep up the tension. You don't want to allow a lot of trades. You don't want to allow your pieces to become stuck. Also, this light squared bishop is super important because this is where your attack is, right? Like your attack is with this light squared bishop. Otherwise, things are a little bit more locked up. So how do you protect it? Where do you go?
Yeah, you really want to play bishop d3, but then of course the bishop will get traded off. So yeah, do you just go back to g2?
I wish you could just like choose your move for your opponent once a game, you know, like you're like, don't take that bishop. Nothing bad will happen.
Just take the pawn on e5, please.
That'll be great. Like, don't you want that? It's a great pawn. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be an interesting variant. Choosing the move for your opponent once in the game. It could be something for like spell chess.
Spell chess. I've actually played that with friends before, where like we have two friends that are really high rated, like grandmasters. Me and maybe another much lower rated friend will randomly shout out moves for one of the players to do, and they'll just have to like follow it. You know, sack their queen, do whatever.
That's so fun.
It's very funny. Oh, and we see rook g4 here. Rook g4.
Hard to see why that move was incorrect. What's wrong with it? I have a feeling it's just dropping pawns on the queen side and there's no attack for white. Yeah, I have a feeling that's why.
Yeah, but it feels like I understand his follow-up here with bishop e3. Like that seems like a threat of itself. And the funny thing is, it looks like the engine just wants him to ignore it and do rook takes a2. But look, he has 4 seconds on his clock. Is he really going to want to take that risk?
We slice the queen back all the way to h7. Wow. Yeah. He's really taking it easy.
No, because it's such a difficult choice to make with so little time, but
Mm-hmm.
now it allows the person with more time to think, although he's not really using it to think.
Ooh, this is
Rook
looking
F4,
very
nice.
tough. Yeah, it
You gotta
feels like
scooch it.
the black position is falling apart now. The f7 pawn drops, and now the rooks and queen will be connected, attacking
Look
that
at this
bishop. Oh,
triple, yeah. This looks like
yeah.
just a complete battery. You just take, take, take.
Yeah, and the king on
All right.
HQ is safe. There's nothing for black, so complete collapse here by Frederick Swanne. Very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, this will be tough, but this will, if Kramnik can get the win here, which it looks like that's most likely to happen, we will be going into Armageddon, which will
Another
certainly be
one!
very interesting. Yes. As much as we feel for Spain here, we do love Armageddons as well. We like a little drama, you know, a little fun matches, a little like spice to life.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that nice move.
Yeah, what do you do
Queen
about this? I
F6.
mean, black is just down in full piece and no compensation, so yeah, and this is getting into checkmate territory already.
Yeah, like all the tactics are working. All the tactics are working. You just bring in that last piece, bishop takes h6, you bring it in, and then you go. Well, he still has a little time to repeat if he needs to. He has 15 seconds left to 3 seconds, so he doesn't want to get super low on time. But it does seem like he's in the driver's seat. I don't even see any potential checkmate threats right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's not even queen b1 possible, so no, there is, but then you would get checkmated very soon. So resignation on the board. This match will go into Armageddon, and while we mentioned that, we have an Armageddon that is about to start or should start very soon. Ah, it's right there. So here we have it.
Oh,
We have Grishuk against Matlakov. Grishuk bid 7 minutes and 30 seconds, and Matlakov bid 8 minutes and 35 seconds. So that's why Grishuk is playing with the black pieces, which means that Maxim Matlakov has to win this game with 10 minutes on the clock in order to win the match.
and for my homies who are kind of unfamiliar with Armageddon, people really like having these draw odds as black. It just makes your life so much more comfortable when you don't have to invent novelties to win against the Berlin. But it also makes opening choices so important here. We see a lot of sharp openings, especially from white, because they do not want to get into a position where they have to fight and create some sort of really weird move just to have a chance.
Yeah, so let's see. So far the opening seems very exciting already. A lot of pawn moves by a black, but yeah, it looks very scary on this diagonal that he played b5 while there's a bishop on g2 and the rook on 8 is very vulnerable, but this is still theory. Knight e5, you just move the rook and everything is fine.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Develop that rook before before any of your other pieces.
Yeah, it's actually crazy now that you mention it.
I can just see the crying here from all the chess coaches. But it actually works in this position. It works. It looks good, even if it's not like typically what you would go for.
Yeah, this is I think it's a very theoretical line, but a very crazy one. Yeah, I mean white has better development, but black is taking space early to make sure that they don't end up cramped as they usually do in these kind of openings.
You don't want to end up cramped nicked. Sorry.
I love it.
I've been I've been being a little too punny as of lately.
I like it. It's
Thank you.
adding
I
more
appreciate
spice
that.
to the chess.
Spice to life.
Yes.
So we see here already, so the time odds look a little bit like they're almost evening out a little. I mean, he's still down 2-ish minutes, a little less than 2 minutes. But that's pretty good considering what he started with. His position looks comfortable. This is what you want. Where's that late square bishop? It's nowhere. You've kind of gone everything you want here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's yeah, not a bad idea of Grishuk to try to go for the black pieces. I mean, if you manage to level the time, then you have the extra advantage of going through with a draw. So Yeah, it's looking good so far, but okay. 2 minute difference now on the clock. But Maxime has been spending quite some time already, so yeah, this game is just getting started. Queen c8, such a crazy move, but with the rook on the d-file, you'd like to get out of there and play it safe.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to just kind of it's funny we're seeing him almost going for a win even though he doesn't have to here, but I think that's the way to go because sometimes when you play for a draw, you end up playing too passively, as I think we saw in that last match there. Like you have to keep on the pressure even if you're playing for a draw.
True. True, because if you play too passively, then you may just lose a threat and your opponent can suddenly strike out of nowhere. So you have to keep fighting and make the best out of it. Try to not focus on the result as much, but try to focus on playing a good game.
Yep. It's not the result that matters, guys. It's the feelings you got along the way.
Wise words from Jules.
It's the journey.
It's getting very psychological now.
Yeah. It's the friends you made along the way.
Yep. There's definitely a lot of truth behind that. Bishop e3. So white has this very nice control over the c5 square. So that can come in handy, but for now, moves such as knight bd7 come to mind. Bishop e7. Maybe black even wants to play c5, try to sacrifice a pawn because of the move rook c7 being in the air. And he plays it. Right. He plays move c5. Wow.
Look at that. Commentator's blessing.
Yeah. Will he take it? I guess you have to take it. You can't just allow c4. Can't just allow that.
Then you have such a huge expansion, so much space for black here. Like, it would be very, very uncomfortable. And the time is almost even now.
Oh yeah, good
Only
point.
1 minute of an advantage. Yeah. So that's the whole point.
I mean, Grishuk is playing pretty fast compared to Maxime, so yeah, it's funny. I mean, Grishuk is known to be a time trouble addict. He always gets into time trouble, but now he's forced to play fast because the players have no increment. Once the players get down to 10 seconds, that's it. They don't get extra time, and it will be all about who manages to not flag. So
that's absolutely true, chat. There is no increment here, which is actually kind of its own beast when you go into these Armageddon matches, because you're so used to having that extra time, whether it's a little bit of extra time on your clock or increment adding to it, that it really goes by so quickly and you don't even see it coming.
Yeah, so you have to make sure to play fast, because if you end up in a winning position, let's say you're up a queen, usually your opponent resigns, but here your opponent will not resign if you have only 5 seconds left on the clock. So you need to make sure to make your moves quickly in the early stage of the game.
Someone asked if c5 is a blunder. Well, the idea is you get like this really nice file for your rook on rook c7. You just like have all this open space, all these ideas here as well. So it actually looks pretty good for black here.
Yeah, it may look like you just give up the pawn, but I guess black already had that extra pawn, and if we just go back a few moves, it may seem like black is up the pawn, so why give up that pawn? But if you play a move such as c6, you are way too passive. Knight jumps to c5. Let's say we'll make some moves on the board just to illustrate this. And bishop takes c5, and look how weak the dark squares are. And if you don't take on c5, this knight on c5 is super annoying. So this is why black is more than happy to give that pawn back to gain some space so that the rook can get to c7, the knight gets out easily, and there's much more going on for black here than with the pawn on c7. It's basically blocking black from developing and improving the position. So that is the reason behind c5.
And it's one of the most beautiful moves in the game when you have a nice positional sacrifice of any sort. It's always really nice to see, very instructive, so thank you. And we'll see how it plays out in this board as well, because it will having that like really nice Rook on c7, trying to hold on to that very, very weak isolated pawn. I think it's going to end up really costing the position.
Yeah, and if we look at the time difference, it's not that big anymore.
What you gonna do?
Yeah, you gotta play really fast. I mean, the players, it feels like they're playing pretty carefully, pretty slowly, for an Armageddon game. I would be concerned here already, like, especially with the white
And you say
pieces,
that,
I
and then
guess.
we just get like a bunch of moves in a row.
Yeah, exactly. They're listening. They hear us.
They know. They're like, oh no, gotta speed up now, guys.
Yeah,
We
it
just got
reminds me
one
of
after
this.
the other.
Do you know this extension that we can get where you have either Hikaru or Levi scream in your ears that you just have to move? Just move.
No way, what?
You didn't know about this? Oh.
That's horrifying.
You should try it once when you play like Bullet or Blitz or something. Try to use this extension. Yeah, at some point when you think when you spend too much on your move, you will hear Hikaru scream in your ears.
That's gonna be my new alarm clock. Move, move, move.
Move!
Especially like this
Just
morning.
move!
Yeah, I had to get up a little early, I had to drive back. So I drive back at like 7 a.m. I could just use Hikaru in my ear being like, move, 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 go, go, go.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's a ringtone. That will be interesting. But yeah, you should totally check it out. It's actually helpful in a way. It's just I guess it gets annoying at some point.
That's this whole another variant, make them have that. Force the players to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we see the position. The position seems to be a little bit calmer, which might not be a good thing for white here, who has to kind of squeeze water out of a stone.
Yeah. True, and it's even more interesting that black has a small edge now because so basically white traded the B pawn for the G pawn, and there is a big gap in the king side over here for black, but 2 versus 1 on the queen side in black's favor, and that means that it will be much easier for black to create a passed pawn. And yeah, it's hard to see how white can make progress on the king side. For now, this rook on d5 also super strong, so not looking good for Maxime.
We've seen games, though, be decided on more than this, but also the time is pretty much even at this point, which would be his one big advantage here with the no increment is if he could keep up the time, but in such a complicated position. And as we were looking at, this really wasn't great since the very opening. Like this went downhill pretty quickly, so he had to take his time to think his way out of it, and he did. Like he managed to equalize, but now he doesn't have that advantage anymore.
Yeah, and white is also it's not easy to play this with white. You don't really have many moves here. It's really simple for black. You want to push that A pawn. You're just making simple advances, and it's hard to see how black can mess this up basically. So that's why I really like
we just
black's
said the
position.
commentator's course. We're gonna see it. When you say something like that, you just know it's gonna happen.
A mouse slip of some sorts.
No, exactly. Just hangs the rook. Oops, I forgot that rook was there. Yeah, but it looks like he's completely keeping control of the position.
And that's all he needs to do.
Psychologically tough. Yeah, you just have to get that draw.
Yeah, time is
You
even
just can't do
now.
anything with it. Yeah.
F4, very logical move, but very disliked by the computer as it doesn't really do much. It doesn't help much. If f takes e5, you will gladly recapture, and the pawn at e4 will be extremely weak. And with f5, you're not really achieving much because you just leave the pawn on e4 all alone. Poor pawn on e4.
Yeah, but I feel like that was a pretty good try, like a pretty good practical move, because if you play safe, if you just keep it going, you're gonna draw, and because of the odds, you're gonna lose. So you have to make some risky moves here. You have to have that kind of difficult tries that the engine hates.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Maxim is realizing that his position is awful, so you have to take risks and try to complicate matters. Because even though the eval drops, maybe this is the one way to try to get your opponent to make a mistake somewhere. So it is indeed a good approach to try, but the clock situation is what worries me. Since the players are now getting to 2 minutes, I'm not sure if it will be finishing on the board first.
If the jiggy is biggie. I don't know. If it's going to if it's gonna go well.
I mean, Rook A1, just as you said that Rook A1 was played, I mean, there's basically like a mental resignation.
Absolutely. The jiggy is not biggie today. We're saying he's down on time as well. Maxime is down on time. And that would be tough after Armageddon to have that loss, so it'd send him into the losers bracket. And where does that knight really go? Yeah.
Yeah, with a check in between, this is over. Resignation by Maxime Matlakov, and that means that Alexander Grishuk is moving forward. He wins this match after all, and Maxime Matlakov goes down in the losers bracket.
So that was really well fought by Grishuk. Really just... You had to take all that time and energy, completely defeat his opponent, and then he will be going on and playing some very tough opponents in the winners bracket for Division 2.
Yeah, and we have one more Armageddon match happening now between Vladimir Kramnik and Frederick Swane. So it seems like Vladimir had the higher bid, so he is on 10 minutes, whereas Frederick Swane seems to have started with something around 7.5 minutes, more or less.
Maybe a little more, yeah. It seems like a nice bid. It seems like he... Oh, well, nope, it got adjusted. Yeah, you're right. I just saw it. Yeah, so this is going to be a tough one. He's really going to have to keep control, but he has the draw odds. He just has to keep the position stable. But this position actually looks kind of fun for white. I don't know.
Yeah, white has so much space. Those hanging pawns, they are weak. But they are also there for a reason, because they control all the squares in front of them. So it's really difficult for black to play around those pawns. And attacking them, I mean, is a good try, but it's very easy to defend the pawns with white. So white has so much space, and you really have to try to work your way around the pawns. And black does it with the move bishop b4.
Yeah, King H1 was kind of an interesting move by Kramnik here, because it seems like he's trying to advance kingside pawns, but you can't really do that with the bishop. So I think maybe you're just sidestepping any potential pins with the queen on e3 and your king on a g1.
Yeah, but knight e2, very passive move, and now knight h4, what a move! Attacking that one weak spot in white's position, the pawn on g2, because suddenly there is no defender for that pawn.
Yeah, you could... Yeah, you have to give up your rook, which, I mean, they're not going to want to trade 2 pieces for a rook, but that knight is really nice. That knight is really nice on f5. That's the whole reason behind it.
Yeah, I mean, the knight is just jumping around, and the white is just having this, like, uncomfortable piece formation happening here. It doesn't really feel like there's harmony in white's position anymore, so... Yeah, now there's also the square e4 available for either the bishop or the knight, so... Not looking good here for Kramnik.
Yeah, all these knights are coming in. These knights are very, very powerful here. And everything's just kind of... It almost feels like king on h1 is even more insecure than if it was on g1, although there could be a lot of threats going on with that, that d4 pawn, so it's hard to tell, but he's going to need to keep it up. It was just like, he really had control of the position. It was just one small passive move, and you see the tides change a little, but I think it's still anyone's game. Do you have any predictions, Anna-Maja?
I have, I think Frederick Swan is looking good in this one. He is spending some time now, so he still has to catch up on the clock, but his position is amazing. It's like all the attacks are shut down of white. Maybe white has some... Actually, I wanted to say g4, but this brings me back to your point. Playing the move king h1 was probably not a good idea, because having that king on g1 was probably much better. You would almost want to play king g1 and then play g4, just for the sake of it.
Look at those moves that happen very, very quickly.
Yeah, what was that? We saw 92 and instantly captured by Vladimir Kramnik, sacrificing the exchange, and he is going for that aggressive play now. So now that bishop on b7 is shut down, and this bishop on b2 has been opened up, and ooh, I'm changing my mind, Jules.
You're changing your mind?
Already, yep. I did not expect this to happen so quickly, but I'm seeing chances for Kramnik.
Yeah, no, and as someone in chat says, always trade a bishop for beast knight. Yeah, so that knight was so powerful, we were just complaining about it. And now it's not on the board.
Now it's gone, so yeah.
Now it's gone.
Now it makes more sense to be happier with White's position.
Yeah, although those sacrifices are tough because you don't want to go to an end game. You don't want the pieces to get traded. You really have to keep up the pressure, but he has to do that anyway, honestly. Because he has draw odds, like Spain has draw odds, so Kramnik's gonna have to keep up the pressure, but I think Spain still has chances to hold this draw. This is gonna be really interesting.
Yeah. So far, Vladimir is playing amazing. He plays knight to d4 because that knight on f5 is somewhat pinned. You want to get rid of it. And not easy for black to play here. I mean, this is getting super sharp. And look at the time difference. Almost 3 minutes. Ooh.
Right. That's tough. Chat, if you want to make your predictions on who you think are going to win this match, you can say you called it first. But this, I still say this is anyone's game here. But you're completely right. He's taking control of the board. That bishop on b7 is temporarily shut down. But still, you need to find the solid attack. And I'm not really sure where it's going to be, Anna. I'm not really sure where you're going to find the solid attack for White.
Yeah, I guess a good starting point is how to get rid of that knight, because that knight is a strong defender. It's basically the only defender on the king side, so if we manage to get rid of that, it will be much easier. But at the same time, after b takes c4, c3 becomes a threat, then this bishop is shut down, so indeed, maybe it's looking much better for White than it actually is.
Right, because he still needs, the evaluation does not take into account the fact that he needs to win.
True.
So, you know, I think the eval would be happy sending him to maybe a slightly better drawn endgame. But he's probably not okay going into that, which is why he's taking his time to think. You really have to just, I don't know, make some critical decisions here.
Yeah, I guess let's say logical move. What do we do if we just capture back with the bishop? I guess there's simply knight e3, and then all of a sudden there's pieces hanging left and right. So you can't just take on c4 with the bishop. D takes e6 is played, making the position completely crazy over here. What is going on? I just want to take that bishop off the board, but then e takes f7 check. So I guess we have to take care of that pawn on e6 first.
And this is his practical try, right? This is kind of a crazy move, and you need to really be solid as black here to follow it up. But he has enough time. Like now it's 4 minutes to 5 minutes and 41 seconds. So Spain really can take his time to think, but not too much.
Yeah,
not too much.
Yeah, because you have to realize that, okay, let's say you end up in a winning position, you still need the time to actually finish it with checkmate. So yeah, it's always so tricky. Do you have enough time to finish the game? Usually they do, but you never know.
Do you have enough time to get biggie with the jiggy? Do you really? No, but this looks like, yeah, this looks like it. You have to get rid of that like squared bishop.
Yeah.
But after you do that, where exactly is your tactics? Where are your tactics here for White?
I guess the biggest issue is that it's really easy for black to like turn off the lights here for White. That bishop can be shut down with bishop c3, and once that bishop is out of the game, then you don't really have enough attackers anymore. It suddenly becomes really easy for black to defend. So I think this is why the position is falling apart for White completely.
But hey, he's using his time to think, because again, the players do not get evaluations. They need to make sure there aren't any threats here. But yeah, I don't think Kramnik can be very happy at the moment. He was seeing a tactic though. I think he was seeing a tactic, so maybe he'll still try to go for it even if it isn't the most solid.
Yeah, tactics such as knight h6 come to mind, but you just take that. You just take that, and You
Where'd
sit
you
on
go?
f8 and hope for the best, but it should be fine, I think.
Yeah, maybe you could try to. Yeah, that rook is very ill-placed. Like, I was thinking maybe if you could do some sort of rook lift like rook f3, but that bishop keeps complete control.
And he plays it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, 5 minutes for Kramnik, but that time advantage is not going to help when you are in a completely losing position. And remember, Vladimir has to win. So there
He
are
has to
often
win.
situations that you can repeat moves. Like, oh, black makes a big blunder, but the valuation goes back to zeros because white is able to repeat moves. But that's not something that Vladimir can do here. So he goes all in with f5.
Yeah, trying to free that rook. Trying to free that rook, but still. I mean, look, he has the time advantage. He's playing all. I think that was actually a really good practical choice because you want to get that rook out there, even if the evaluation hates it. Like, you need to bring more pieces in. There's no way you're going to checkmate with just your knight and queen right now, and the bishop can be blocked. So, this is the try.
Yeah,
But
you
Spain
have to
just
do
has to keep
something.
control. He's a strong player. He just has to keep control. He just has to understand there aren't any threats and just continue playing on.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in a losing position, you have to start looking at what are the options to still win. And then you look at your opponent's clock, you see 2.5 minutes. Okay, I have to make sure that I survive for 2.5 minutes. And it sounds easier said than done because suddenly your opponent finds all the right moves, knows how to play very quickly, and it's suddenly really hard to survive. So, yeah, and this position is not looking good. I have a hard time seeing how Vladimir Kramnik can survive this.
Something also to note is you have a lot of back rank threats for white here. Like, you could maybe even try like some sort of sacrifice. You could try some difficult moves, but at the end of the day, if you let one of those rooks free, you're getting checkmated. So that's something else he has to keep an eye for.
Yeah. Yeah, this position looks completely lost, and I think this time will be spent on how to keep this game going, rather than trying to look for opportunities to come back.
Yeah, someone said, oops, back, what did I miss? You missed quite a lot.
Yeah, it suddenly went downhill. Maybe it's your fault. You left, and suddenly the position went crazy.
And yeah, well, I'll just blame GM Solver, yeah? Your fault.
You'll be hearing it from Kramnik.
Yeah, and this is his Armageddon match. So if Kramnik loses this, he's going to be going into the loser's bracket of D2, where he will have to fight his way out. And if he loses that, he will be sent to the chess.com pit, where they will make him sing karaoke.
Oh no.
Which is what they do for all the losers. And no one likes that, so they have to go quickly. But I don't know. It's not over till it's over, but those back rank threats. Oh no, there's another queen on the board.
There's 3 queens now on the board.
What?
This is crazy. 2 minutes on the clock for Frederick Swann. Can he manage to win in those 2 minutes? I mean, he can just play queen takes g2 and call it a day.
Oh boy, yeah, and then he's just up a queen. And it feels like these tactics are so close to working for Kramnik. Like, everything is so close to working. Like, queen b3 so close to working. Everything's so close to working, but it's just not there.
Oh, that is painful. Queen takes e5. He's just ready to give up that queen just to trade all the pieces off the board. And this is pretty much resignable at this point.
Yeah, and that was tough. He had complete control over the position earlier. It was a very close match, but Spain showed some really good perseverance here. He really kept a handle on it when the position wasn't in his favor and was able to continue, hold the pressure, resist the attacks, get what he needed to get here.
Yeah, very impressive performance by Frederick Swann. Tough one for Vladimir Kramnik, but he has another chance in a loser's bracket, so it's not over just yet.
Yeah, you can like cue the Rocky theme song and be like, do 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 do. No, that's Final Countdown. Wrong one. Wait, is that the right one? Maybe it's the right one. Well, anyway, you can just imagine Kramnik like running up the stairs, like Rocky style in Philadelphia, just like getting ready for this comeback match because he has his chance to come back, especially after a tough loss like this. It'll be interesting to see how he does. Yeah, that's probably not the Rocky theme song.
Yeah, he's not making a move. I wonder if he's going to let the clock run down. I hope not.
Yeah, and then we can let this game finish out. And then we will do maybe a call to action, Anna, and take a quick break.
Sounds like a plan, Jules. I guess in the meantime, let me quickly check on the Division 3, because what happened there? Actually, Division 3 already started on their second match.
Wow.
They're
quick.
going
There's a lot
really
of players
quickly.
there, but they're quick, yeah.
Yeah. I guess there were not so many Armageddons there. We had one between Shan Sargsyan and Yavokir Sindarov. Sargsyan managed to win that, so he's through in the next round. I guess because part of the bracket was determined already. Not all the games have finished so far, so that's why part of bracket is already filled up and they could play in their second match already. But I think we have another Armageddon coming up between David Anton Giraro and Rudik Makarian. So, yeah. That's why we don't have all the games starting just yet over there.
Yeah, makes sense. It's all gonna come in and then we'll have another bajillion games and they'll all be very interesting, which we will all want to see there.
Right.
But we'll make sure. Did we get the final result for the Kramnik game?
Yep. Kramnik lost on time, so that means Felix Swane is through to the next round in the winners bracket. Both players will still be playing in the event, but Kramnik cannot afford another loss in a losers bracket, because once you are in a losers bracket and you lose a match, you're out. So yeah, it's time to go for a short break. But before
let's
we
do the call to action. Yeah,
let's do it. Do you want to take over, Jules?
Sure. Let's do the summer special.
Let's do it,
y'all. If your summer bucket list includes getting a sick tan and improving your chess, chess.com can help you with one of those things. Maybe not the tan, maybe the improving your chess card, or maybe the tan, I don't know. Kick your game up a notch with 50% off premium membership. That's unlimited game review, puzzles, lessons, and more, plus a breezy ad-free experience. We love our ad-free experiences for your beachside chess games. To learn how to unlock this limited time offer, use !summer or visit the site. So take advantage of that, y'all. And in the meantime, we will take a quick break and be back. Remember to stay put because the action's going to happen. We're going to see Kramnik in the losers bracket, Hikaru in Div 2, winners bracket. So many amazing games that you won't want to miss.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play rapid opening roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the CrunchLabs Masters Champions Chess Tour. This is Division 2 and 3 today. Today is the first day that we have the divisions going on and we already had a lot of action so far. We are back. Jules, Division 3 has started already. We're still waiting for Division 2 games, but we thought let's take a look at Division 3 because they already started and some of the matches are actually closing in already.
Yeah, we're looking at Ergaisi and Bach here right now, which is such a matchup. I know that you have to root for the Dutch players, but Arjun is such an interesting player. He's been really having a lot of fascinating over the board games. His calculation's insane, and he's just been completely dominating at these open tournaments. So I always love seeing him play.
I recently played in Sharjah. You have the Sharjah Masters and the Challengers. I played in Challengers. I remember one day, Arjun was playing on one of the top boards and he lost rather quickly, which is very unusual to see from such a strong player. But he lost his game very quickly and you could just not tell from his face that he lost. He looked so normal. He looked so calm, composed, and I thought it was so impressive and so inspiring to see because we all deal with so many emotions after a loss, but it was just another game for him and he took it so well and that's just so admiring. So ever since, I already had so much respect for him, but because of that moment that I saw him after his game, I thought, wow, like this person is really something else and it's so admirable. So yeah, and with that being said, he actually drew his third game after being up 2-0, so he defeats Benjamin Bach in this match and advances to the next round already, and that means that this match is done for today. The players are done for today, and Benjamin Bach will have to come back in the losers bracket tomorrow.
Absolutely, and very well played by both players. Yes, it's so important to have that kind of resilience and strength, so it's always really cool to see, especially at the top levels. And someone said he's in Division 2, must be strong. No, he's actually in Division 3. So there's strong players of all different divisions, like Hikaru's in Division 2. I really don't think strength correlates with divisions in this tournament.
Yeah, anything can happen. Players can have bad days. Some of the players have really good days, and form matters so much. So maybe after playing so much classical, it can work against you in these shorter time formats. So who knows?
You heard it here. Yeah, classical is bad for you guys. Don't don't play classical on Anna-Maja.
Oh no! Don't quote me on this.
Bullet.
So yeah, that's one match already over. We have another match here between David Paravian and Jakongir Vakidov. I can't pronounce the names for the life of me, so I'm very sorry if I mispronounce the names. But in this match, we have 2-1 for David Paravian. So all he needs is a draw in the fourth game. So let's see if he is capable of doing that.
Yeah, I always love these must-win situations. But yeah, also here, especially if it's a must-win, but one player has white, I think that evens it out a lot. Because you really do want to take the initiative. It's just tough here. This is going to be a really interesting game. Look at this like bishop cube triad thing you've got going here.
Yeah, it's quite busy on the b file over there.
Yeah, all we need is that late squared bishop to come into like...
Or b5. B5 makes it... B5, I can see b5 happen, yeah.
That makes sense, yeah. Open it up a little, like...
It's not doing anything here anyway on g2, so might as well. Might as well join the party.
Yeah, for aesthetics.
So
although, yeah, you want to be a little careful, but yeah, and the time is pretty dead even.
Yeah, we're back to increment now, so the players have 2-second increment every single move, so that gives them some time. But yeah, Vakidov is in a must-win situation, so with a nice center, he has some chances, but Black has great defensive resources, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely. It is a lot. It's going to be a lot to win this kind of game, but I don't know. In Div 3, they've been really putting out a lot of fighting games, all of the Div 3 games we've seen so far. I also
Yeah.
think maybe there's a losers bracket as well, which is even more fighting because they only have 2 games in losers bracket before it goes to
Oh
Armageddon.
yeah, that's something. I just noticed that something crazy happened in the game between Bortnik and Inian. All of a sudden there was this puzzle rush tactic, and wow, resigned in 18 moves. That's crazy. I quickly saw that there's
Wow.
Queen H5 check. This is typical puzzle rush.
Yeah,
G6,
yeah.
knight takes, and it's just
Takes.
over. And that is why after knight d6, knight takes, bishop takes d6, it was resigned because of the checkmate threat. So yeah, really nice win by Bortnik. He is now a point ahead, heading into the last game of the match. Can he make a draw or even win the game? We'll see very soon.
And Anna, people always complain, they're like, oh, nothing in my puzzles will ever happen in a game. But you see it here with such a strong game as well. Just that
See
very
right
simple
here.
tactic. So
Yeah.
I guess it shows you, do your puzzles, eat your Wheaties, you'll be good to go.
Absolutely. So you have to stay sharp at all times. Let's take a look at another game. Who do we have? So in the match between Erin Lamy and Daniel Dubov, both players have won their games. So it's 1-1 right now. And this game looks rather equal. I mean, White has some weaknesses in the position, but nothing too concerning. Black also has some weaknesses on the queen side, so this looks pretty balanced to me.
Yeah, I think it would be black fighting for the win in a position like this with this pawn structure, but you never know because maybe this pawn clump in the center can help him gain like some sort of central control anyway. So you never know with those kinds of positions.
Yeah. Yeah, anything can still happen. Fernando players have plenty of time to figure it out. So we'll leave them to their
To their
game.
devices.
Exactly. Let's head to the losers bracket. I'm really curious how it's going on there because some of the matches have already played one game.
Oh, yeah, Lazovic. That game's kind of interesting.
So which one did you say? Lazovic. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's take a look. So Lazovic against Gladura. What's happening here?
That's a fantastic question.
I see a stranded queen on f2. I don't think it belongs there.
No, it doesn't, does it?
But Dane is Lazovic on down to 2 minutes.
Not only down to 2 minutes, but you still have to be a little careful of this queen side here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the queen's getting out, but for what? To what expense?
Yeah, at what cost? King goes
At
to
what
b1,
cost?
safe and sound. Knight comes to c4, attacking the bishop on d2. If you really want, you can put it on c1. There you go.
Which he does, yeah.
Yeah, and white has this really nice center. So if you get to play d5, then it comes e6, and yeah, black should start getting concerned here.
Yes, absolutely. And you can even like, yeah, you can really attack that H file. You can try to get your knight into, I don't know, e4. There's so many good squares for white here.
Yeah, so many entry points, whereas black, I mean, the knight is nice on c4, but that's about it. There's nothing else going on. After queen b6, maybe you get to play knight a3 check, but it ends right there.
No, absolutely. But we do have a big time difference. Look at this, 2 minutes to 8 minutes. I haven't seen something like that in this tournament yet.
Yeah, it seems like
That's just
Dennis
insane.
is not so much in shape today, but he's still playing really well. So if he gets the win in this game, he will only need a draw in the next game to advance in the next round of the losers bracket.
And guys, if you're in the losers black bracket, you have to play pretty much perfectly because you do not get a third chance after that. You're just knocked out. If you play perfectly, you can get back into the competition, but it's definitely a hard place to be.
Much more pressure, yeah. So those that already made it to the winners bracket know that they will be back tomorrow for sure. But those that are in the losers bracket now, they are not so sure about their position right now. They can be out any moment.
Any second. And you know, that is just so much stress, especially in this position. Like, okay, let's convert, let's take it simple, let's take it easy. But we've seen positions like this go to very, very quickly.
Rook h2 played. Queen takes h7 is the threat. This king is in huge danger.
No, this king is, how do you even protect very much?
G6 is inviting, it's begging for rook takes G6. You have to play this. You sometimes don't even want to calculate such moves. You're like, the king is so exposed. I just want to play it. I know my knight is heading to f6. I don't need to calculate this out. It's just a feeling that it must be right. I have to do this.
He doesn't have time to really calculate everything.
True, that too.
It's gonna be a long line, yeah.
He does it.
You're gonna have to estimate that you'll be okay. You can get the knight in, you can get other pieces in if you can checkmate right away. But if you're trying to calculate all that, it's just, and we see it. Wow, yeah. Very quickly. And he does have increment. Putting that out there.
Yeah, that can come in handy over here. He plays the best move, queen h6 on the board. He's threatening checkmate on h8. How to defend this? Rook g7 is one try, but e6 now is making sure the king does not escape to f7.
What a nice move. Yeah, just blocking out all the squares.
Yeah, black's position is completely falling apart now. Rook g2, attacking that rook on g7. What happens after queen takes? Guess you just give it check. Give it check, pick up the rook.
And we see it. We see the win by resignation, which means Lazovic only needs half a point next round for him to proceed in the loser's bracket. Really nice game, although we have to look at his time management a little, see if it was just this game or if it's a consistent trend.
Yeah, he definitely spent a lot of time throughout the game, so let's see if he manages to speed up in the next game, because now all he needs is a draw. And actually, I just wanted to quickly point out that they are playing the Berlin in this game, so we can tell that Dennis really wants to have the draw.
No, this is exactly what we were talking about, where you really have to fight against it, and then they're gonna give you a position like the Berlin, and they're gonna be like, try for the win. I'd like to see you try.
Yeah, let's see if Benjamin manages to get through this, but for now they're both playing very quickly, so yeah, not looking very hopeful for white.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see for that Berlin win.
So in this match, so Velimir Ivic is up 1 point against Gatakamsky. So now Gatakamsky needs to win in order to survive. But in this position, I like white's pieces much more. So black is funnily enough up 2 pawns. But if the evaluation is around equal and you're up 2 pawns, that doesn't really feel right. Something must be wrong.
Yeah, I think maybe just like that king side is so vulnerable right now.
Yeah,
pieces all have a chance to come in. The attack. Also, black's gonna have to waste a tempi protecting. Oh, that's an interesting move. Yeah, just getting rid of all the defenders.
Black just doesn't really have much going on for themselves on the queen side. This rook can come in on g3 at some point, and there's so much play for white.
Yeah, there's just so many opportunities, which is a position you want to be in one of these games. Like, I think it's classical. Sometimes you can take your time, take a nap, come back and just like go for the draw and just like calculate everything. But here, if you have momentum, it really makes the difference.
Yep.
No, it'll be interesting, and pretty much equal time management at the moment. Keep in mind, they do have increment here. It's only Armageddons where they do not have increment.
Ooh, g5. Usually that's very exciting, but I would not be so excited about playing g5 here.
You would not?
Not with the black pieces, at least. I would be terrified of playing g5 here.
Yeah, it does look a little scary, but it's just like tempting the sacrifice. He's like, please sacrifice, please sacrifice, please sacrifice. Like, how do you see g5 and not immediately want to throw your pieces at g5?
Yeah, knight takes g5. I would send it, just because I know that my rooks will enter for sure. And yeah, after taking on g5, pawn takes, bishop takes, white will be down a full piece. But where is the defense of black? I don't see it.
No, it feels like you're at least going to gain back some material, if not go for the mate. Bring in those rooks. Exactly. That bishop on b4 is very
offside. It's not
Yeah.
taking part in the game at all.
Yeah, that bishop's that bishop's like that partner in like a college team project who doesn't do any of the work and just goes and parties and you have to do all the work and put their name on it. Like that's what that bishop feels like. Like it's on the board, but it basically should be off of it. I really want that sacrifice. Like I think we're all itching for that knight takes g5 right there.
Yeah. Yeah, just do it. Just do it. You know you want to do it.
You don't really have a choice, so you can't do bishop takes g5 because then you're just gonna, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't
lose.
feel right. You need the power of the bishop pair here. And bishop g3, you can't allow it. And he does
Oh,
it.
we
He
see
plays
it.
knight takes g5, and
Amazing.
we have it on the board.
We have our sacrifice.
Yes.
Great.
We
No,
love to see this.
He's got to take. You take the knight. Great.
Oh,
Oh.
my goodness. Queen c1. What a find. Whoa.
Look at that, because you've got that mate. You've got that mate. You take the bishop. You've got queen g5, like king h8, and then you have the mate.
Just going to get the rook in, and that's it.
Yeah, you're gonna get the rook
Wow. What a giga chat of a move.
in.
This is crazy. I mean, we were thinking about bishop takes g5. There should be something somewhere, but no, this man just goes queen c1. How does it even come to your mind? It's crazy.
Queen c1. Yeah, no, that. It's those moves. It's those like delayed sacrifice moves setting up the sacrifice that are the scariest. Because you have to calculate what can they do? What are their defenses? You want everything to be forced.
Yeah, but he just plays queen c1. He plays a retreating move as if it's nothing. As if everything is fine. He's down a piece and he hangs another piece.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's gonna be
that's just class.
that's tough.
That's just class. So let's see if the attack works out, because of course it's not over yet for black. I mean, I would feel like it's just practically lost, but maybe there's still some defensive resources here.
Oh, it's just so hard to survive in these positions. Speaking of chess study, most people's least favorite part of chess study, or maybe I'm projecting because it's my least favorite, is defense.
Yeah.
It's always so difficult. It's so fun to look at offense and what should you do in puzzles and take this and take that. But when it comes to defending, especially these really tough positions, it's so difficult practically.
Defensive puzzles are the worst. You have one of those puzzles where the king is in the open and the king is in check. So then you have to pick, okay, do I play king d7, king d8, king f7? Do I play king f6 instead? And you just have to pick one. You know that on chess.com the puzzles only have one solution, so you know that there's only one move possible.
It's only one, yeah.
Is winning, and you're like, which one is it? I don't know. They all look terrible.
Especially with all these king moves, and then you have to calculate some like queen perpetual till infinity.
Yes.
Till you survive.
It's the worst.
I see those puzzles and my brain wants to go like, my brain does not want to do those puzzles, but they're so important for this reason right here. It's so important just to find those moves. But it does not seem like, I don't know. He's gonna take his dear sweet time too, which he has to. Like one wrong move and it's over for him.
Yeah, true. I mean, he's already down to 1.5 minutes on the clock, which is crazy. He plays rook g8, which is a very logical move, but it's simply not good enough. Queen h5 check. Instantly played. Wait. Oh, he's going to repeat moves, Jules. He doesn't need to win. He doesn't need to win.
Oh no. No way. That is brutal.
Oh my gosh. He's not even going for the win. He just takes the repetition, and that's game over for Gatakamsky.
Oh,
wow.
geez. Oh, that was brutal.
Oh my. We were so excited to see the win, but
so excited.
You know, after such a good game, this is all you need. All you need to win the match.
Wow, okay.
It was such a like anticlimactic finish.
I know, but let's make them play it over again and actually go for the win.
Yep.
But I mean, whatever does the job, that means Ivic takes the match, because this is the loser's bracket, which means they only need 1.5 points to advance.
Yeah, there's still a few games going on. I believe some matches have finished. Lazovic is through, so we will see him back tomorrow. So that means it's game over for Benjamin Gladura. He fought really hard, but it was not good enough. And yeah, as we just saw, Gatakamsky also out. V Pranav is also out. Adam Hakopian goes through, and we will see him back tomorrow. And those are the results we have so far in the losers bracket. Now we are in this match, Georg Meyer against Riyad Samadov. Georg Meyer won his first game, so now also seems to be in a really good position. He doesn't need to win, but he seems to be winning. So I also expect him to win this match.
Yeah, this will be another interesting win. And that position looks a little bit insane though. Like, let's just take a look a little bit deeper. You've got that king who is just incredibly insecure there on h8. You have all your pieces ready to say hi, all those pieces ready to come up and into the attack. You're up, what, a pawn?
Yeah, white is up a pawn, yeah.
You have the bishop pair, which is especially important in this position, I think, because, yeah, your bishop wants to, I don't know, it can't, I don't think it can really go to the square it wants to go right now, but eventually. It's still very active. This just looks very solid positionally.
Yeah, the pawn on d6 is hanging too. It's like black's position is basically falling apart, and if you don't really have many pieces left on the board, it's really hard to try to create winning chances too, because black is in a must-win situation.
Yeah, he's in an absolutely must-win situation, which, how do you win this?
Yeah, how can you possibly win this? I guess e4 is a nice try to play a3 and then somehow do something on this diagonal, but I don't think he has much to fear, especially because bishop c5 is incoming.
Yeah, I think he's gonna probably take this one home, although we might commentators curse it.
You never know.
You never know.
Yep. So let's see.
Yeah.
Let's check in with the other match. We have Kamil Dragon against Alexei Drev. Drev won the first game, so we're now in the second game, and maybe Kamil is coming back here as he is up a piece for 2 pawns. The question is that enough? Yes or no?
A piece for 2 pawns.
Seems to be enough because g5 is dropping.
Yeah, I think it should be enough.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe knight g3 was supposed to be played, but then you just take the pawn anyway, so that doesn't really do much. Knight d2 maybe. Maybe you have to play knight d2, so you don't have bishop f4 because you lose the rook. And after king takes g5, you just have knight f3. So maybe that was the only way to hold on to the pawn. But Alexei is down to 11 seconds, so that's looking very rough.
Yeah, and especially with the time being down in material, I would call this one as well. It's just a mixture of time pressure and being down in material. That's just an absolute killer for anybody.
Yeah, so we may see another Armageddon here.
That would be interesting. We love our Armageddons. We've been a very big fan of that.
Oh, these pieces are just, they're the worst to face. And the king coming in on e4. Oh, these pieces work so well together. It's really, really rough.
Yeah, it's just some of the most, it's just a depressing position, but he's fought very well for it. So he probably deserved that Armageddon. It'll be interesting to see. Also, these d3s are moving so quickly.
True. Yeah, I believe a lot of the matches are over, even in the winner's bracket. Let me take a quick look at the winner's bracket. Pretty sure some of the mid-matches have finished already. If I'm seeing this correctly, the match between Paravian and Vakidov ends in a 2-2 tie, not by any draw, but by decisive results. So both players won their games, ending in a 2-2 tie. So we'll have Armageddon right there.
That's gonna be great. And then we have so many Armageddons. I'm excited to see what the betting will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be getting probably the bids for Armageddon soon as well. Yes. I don't know if they're starting directly after or not.
probably take some time, I guess. A lot of these matches pretty much just finished, right? So yeah, I think they will start pretty quickly as soon as the bids are in. Players will get ready.
Yeah. And it's nice that we have D2 and D3 a little stacked here. So we can give a little focus to D3 because D2 is not going on, unless there's a loser's bracket going on in D2, but I'm not sure. That's what I'm looking for right now, sorry.
No worries. This game is actually getting very exciting, the game we were looking at, because how do you actually win this? Because all that black has this one pawn on a5. Black is up a piece, but the lesser pieces there on the board, the less significant, important that piece gets. I mean, how do you win a game with just one piece more? So it's
What do you mean, how do you win a game with just one piece more?
In the end game, it gets less value. What can I say?
Guys, how do you win a game with just one piece more? You need like 4 pieces.
Yeah,
5
just 4 pieces. It's not
Only a
enough.
piece. Oh my. But again, 4 seconds on his clock to 40 seconds. I don't know.
Yeah, white is hanging on a thread here. King d4
Yeah,
now. A blunder, apparently! Because knight b5 check? What is it? He has another check! Oh my goodness, he is stuck! The king is stuck to the knight!
Otherwise, he loses his piece back.
This is a big result if this ends in a draw. Oh! We're back to the same position, but the king will not go back there.
But how is he supposed to hold the draw on that? That's so...
Yeah, it's so crazy. Let's take a quick look back. So instead of knight b5, what was he supposed to play here? He had rook d7 check. He could just pick up the knight. Oh no!
That is painful, and that's where you see the 6 seconds just going... Oh.
Oh no, and now it's completely lost. So we will have an Armageddon happen here as well. A draw would have been a massive result because that would mean Drift just continues and wins the match and continues in the losers bracket tomorrow. But he lost his game officially, so that means that this match will also go to Armageddon. So many Armageddons today.
And as chat said, Armageddon does in fact make chess tournaments more exciting. I agree, and we're getting so lucky with the amount of Armageddons we're seeing today.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's really been like Armageddon Central here.
Yeah, and we're getting word that Parafian bid 7 minutes and 34 seconds, but we'll start with white because his opponent Vakidov bid 7 minutes on the dot. So
that is a great bid.
Yeah, maybe
only 30 seconds.
Lucky 7. You know, you can't bet you cannot bid 777, so you have to go with 7.00, I guess.
Fair enough. And we see it, he will start as black, which means he only needs to go for the draw, because black has draw odds. Y'all know the deal. You're experts by now at these Armageddons.
Yeah, so besides the Armageddon games, which have not started yet, we have one more game going on in the losers bracket. The game between Felix Bloberger against Yavokir Sindarov. In the first game, Felix won. So if he draws this game now, he is through already. So he needs to make sure to hold on to position and survive this.
This pawn structure. Because it's just like, it's always tough for me personally, since I'm always wanting to break through in some way, but it feels really difficult to know how to. Like, what is the correct way to break through in this kind of pawn structure? What is the correct way to make any progress?
So usually with white you want to play d4, but if you play d4 too quickly, you weaken your pawns. Black gets an easy attack on e4. Let's say after takes, there's d5. And you have to be really cautious here, especially now that the light squared bishop is gone of white. You don't really have much control of the light squares, so if then suddenly knight jumps to e4, it's not really pleasant to face. And at the same time, black wants to play d5, which is very commonly played as well. So it's a battle of the d4, d5 moves in the center. But for now, the attention is on the queen side where there's a passer on a5. You play a6, you get to enjoy a passed pawn, but for now, you can't play a6 so easily. You weaken that pawn a lot, and the
We'll just get
prospect
snapped
is,
up.
yeah, it's not looking good for that pawn. So that's why it stayed on a5, is now traded off, and
Now this pawn looks a little bit more
yeah,
like alluring.
yeah,
It's a more alluring pawn.
yeah.
The pawn
It's
has
more
gotten big over.
interesting. Yeah, but okay,
And
not
that was an
something
interesting
to
breakthrough.
yeah, not something to be worried about, I guess, for black. So I guess we'll
Yeah,
see
we're
what happens
slow
over here. Yeah.
behind past pawns. All of our elementary chess training comes in just for this moment to know what to do with this pawn. But if black plays carefully, I think they can stop this pawn. It won't end up. But they're going to be relegated to kind of a passive position. Although you said all black needs is a draw, correct?
Yes, so Felix is won the first game, so that's why he is more than fine to go for a draw here. And it's not so easy to create winning chances here with white.
Drawlix. That's all he needs.
True, true.
But you don't want to play too passively. You still have to worry about this passed pawn. I really like this game. I think it's going to be a very interesting result.
Yeah, I guess the players will take their time now. They still have plenty of time on their clocks. Let's switch back to the winner's bracket. I see a very interesting game over here between fellow Dutchie Thomas Beertsen and Abhimanyu Puranik. But doesn't look good for the Dutchie over here, as Rugby 1 was played and resigned. Well, lost on time also because promotion is unstoppable. And that means that Thomas Beertsen is down 2-0. And he would need to win the next game to stay on, because the winner's bracket, once again, is best of 4. So these players play up to 4 games. And with 2-0 disadvantage, it's looking really tough for Thomas.
We've seen people come back from these like 2-0 to 4-4 and actually win the entire match. We saw that in Div 2 maybe like less than an hour ago. So it is possible. It's just psychologically difficult, practically difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, true. And I just got a raid from Bortnik. Thanks so much, Bortnik, for the rated party of 120 people. Welcome, everyone. Congratulations, Bortnik. He won his match over Inian. Very nice games today. Very great results.
Yeah.
So we were really happily looking at your games. It was really fun watching your games. Very convincingly won.
That was the knight takes g6 tactic, right?
Yeah, the very like
Nice,
18
nice.
move win, something like this. Very smooth win.
Very nice. Welcome, Raiders. We are just looking at D2 and D3. Currently D3, we have a lot of interesting games. We have some games going to Armageddon, some bids coming in. So we will see how those shake, how the saucer shakes.
Yep. All right, we are now in this match between Daniel Dubov and Aaron Lamy. So they've already played 3 games. It is 1.5 to 1.5. So that means this game is very important. And I was about to say that Aaron is doing an amazing job, but he just made a huge mistake. He played g4 too quickly, allowing this basic tactic, bishop takes a5. And it's so easy to miss, because where did this come from? It's because
exactly.
g4 allowed queen takes g4 now. So yeah, that's a tough one to miss, because all of a sudden the attack of black is dying out.
It's those diagonal moves that no one can see.
Yeah. What to do?
What to do when you have a bishop on a diagonal? How do you handle it? And he's gonna have to take his time to think, but he's already down 1 minute to 4 minutes.
Yeah. And he had such a good position. He was the one taking charge of the position. He pushed his pawns on the king side very convincingly. The bishop on d3 seemed like it was out of the game, but by playing g4, he allowed the bishop to activate, and now he's losing the pawns on the king side. He still has some compensation, so it's not the end of the world, but when you play against someone like Dubov, you cannot afford these kind of mistakes. So let's see if Aaron Lamy still manages to find a way out of this mess. But for now, Dubov in the driver's seat, and we'll see how the game continues from here.
How the salt shaker shakes. And you know, Dubov loves these messes. Like, these messes call his name. Those are his positions. He wants the position to be as wild as possible, and that's where he thrives.
True.
Let's see what we have in the. I don't believe we have D2 right now. No.
Do you want to switch to D2?
I don't think we did D2 start. I don't think so.
I surely hope they did. Let me take a quick look.
We have a lot of action in D3, but we'll just take a quick look at D2 and see.
I don't
the
quite
for that.
see it. Let me reload some tabs to double check this. Is it really not there? No, I don't see it. It doesn't look like they started just yet. Interesting. I guess we'll just stay on Division 3 for now then.
Which we are happy to, because we have a bunch of interesting games coming on here.
True.
We also have the Felix Bloberger game here. That I think is still going. Yeah.
Ooh, White is actually seizing the advantage here. The pawn got all the way to A7 and is actually looking very dangerous now.
That was the pawn we were talking about.
It made it all the way to A7 and Rook A1
traveled.
Is just preparing the promotion. Crazy.
Rooks belong behind pawns. There we go. All the general strategy is working out. That is amazing. We're gonna see this, and that's a very important result as well, because all he needed was a draw to advance in the losers bracket. All Felix needed was a draw. But now it looks like perhaps we're gonna see the win here. I love how is that given a brilliancy? I guess because it's stacking the knight.
Yeah. I'm not sure yet. I guess it's
You're still an edge on it?
I guess I wouldn't call it brilliancy yet.
Yeah, it's a bit. I don't know. We'll still give it to him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he made some really good moves and is now up a pawn. Pawns over here are not good.
23 seconds.
True.
5 minutes. Anna-Maja. What is this?
I don't know. He's just chilling with 5 minutes on the clock. This is madness.
Oh, he could take a nap and come back. He could like eat some coffee. Like eat some coffee. I need to eat some coffee. No, he could use some snacks, come back, do whatever he needs to, and he would still be up on time.
Yep. Yeah. So he's looking great here, and it looks like he will come back in this match, and we are going to have another Armageddon. And speaking of Armageddons, I believe one of the Armageddon matches has started already. Yeah, the match between Kamil Dragon and Alexei Drev. Let's quickly switch to that one because this game seems to be heading to a win for Sindarov, so I don't expect any other result. Let's see what's happening here because something is going on here. Where did Black's queen go?
Wait, that's a great question. wait.
Let's rewind a few moves back. Oh, a blunder happened.
Take it back now, y'all.
Yeah, let's go back a few moves. So he went for knight takes e5. It was a deliberate sacrifice. And it makes sense in a way because Black has really active pieces here. And I can see it work out here for Black. So
you can see it work out. This is insane.
Yeah, it's just Black is so much more active. Control over the d file. This pawn can get annoying.
The queen can't go to h3. The queen can't go to h3 because, well, can it? No, I don't think it can. Like, I think you're just running into something like.
Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe knight f4. Like,
right.
I'm looking at places where you can actually place this queen.
Yeah. In the live position. I guess you're just losing the queen. Queen e2 loses the bishop because of knight f4 at least.
Yes. But still would be okay. Like materially, it would probably be at least okay. Except the queen just is so. This is a beautiful positional queen sacrifice because the queen is just so trapped. Like I think we saw this in a Hou Yifan game as well, old classical game where like she sacrificed her queen and then her pieces were just so dominating that material didn't even matter. And this is kind of a similar vibe.
Queen d2, trying to survive here, but knight takes f2 is just putting the nail in the coffin. This is crazy stuff.
This is a beautiful sacrifice.
Yeah, so with this, if Drev manages to win this game, he will continue in a loser's bracket. And it will be the end for Camille Dragon, because we're in a loser's bracket now. If you lose your match once again, you're out.
You have to sing karaoke.
Yeah, exactly.
You're sent to the loser's pit, where no one ever returns.
Oh no.
Very, very sad place to be, in fact. But yes, it's going to be the end of the road. So it's just really tough. It's a lot of high pressure positions to be in, to have to play in the loser's bracket and then know that like one wrong move and you're out. They also don't have as many games. Yeah.
Couldn't it be that we don't have Division 2 matches at all anymore today? I was just thinking about this. Maybe they just moved on to tomorrow already.
Maybe we finish Division 3 and then I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll hear word on that one. But it definitely could be, because we've both been waiting. We're like, hey, where's Div 2?
Yeah, we've been waiting for Division 2, and then we only realized just now that maybe they're not playing anymore at all. Because I'm seeing some chats talking about that they're playing tomorrow, the match between Fedosiev and Hikaru. So I guess that's why we're only having Division 3 right now.
Well, all the good for us, because we can focus more on these really interesting games. Yes, and we got word that Div 2 is done for today, which now we know.
Now we know, okay. Good thing we focus on Division 3 then.
Amazing. Yeah, Bro is on fire, playing a lot of brilliancies. Absolutely. We've seen so many brilliancies in just all of these matches. Oh, this queen sack, I just can't get over it. It was so beautiful.
Amazing. And it's so difficult to evaluate that, because it's not like you get something in return right away. But Drift just evaluated position correctly and knew that he is just in a much better position. He has so many tricks up his sleeves. And he now wins this game because Rook takes h4 is just crushing. The threats are too much. And with this win, we will see Drift tomorrow back in action again.
That is going to be such an incredible win. And I think it is very well deserved there. So I'm excited to see him back in action. Also, these loser brackets, like we said, they're so high pressure. So really just keeping control is very impressive.
Absolutely, and now we are back to the winner's bracket, where we have this Armageddon game going on between Paravian and Vakidov, and the players are now getting lower on the clock. All that Black needs to do is to make a draw, but look at the position, Jules. White is completely winning.
White is completely winning. No, and we've seen it so much. Everyone wants to be in the black pieces because you always get that draw, but not here. We've seen the white pieces completely dominate. We also saw it earlier in, gosh, who was it? There was another game we saw it earlier where he just needed the draw and also white was able to manage a win.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is just a matter of technique. So we're going to see the technique here.
Yeah, Rook takes g5 check. He grabs the pawn, but this d6 pawn is unstoppable very soon.
Greedy, greedy, greedy. Although it doesn't matter. There's nothing you really could do there. Might as well grab the pawn. Yeah, but there's not a lot of checks you can give. Actually, I think Black's king is pretty ill-placed here.
Yeah, this is lights out, and I'm expecting resignation very soon from Vakidov.
I'm still gonna try.
Yeah, I guess it's not so easy to find a winning idea.
Yeah,
he just plays h4 just because.
Just for the vibes. Yeah, also Vakidov has very little time, 30 seconds, about half the time that Pravian does.
I like Rook c4, preparing Rook c8, and as soon as Black is giving checks, you just try to run away with the king. King c6, and this is over.
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice display of technique, very instructive as well. And we see it. We see the win here. And that was our Armageddon game, which means Pravian goes on to the next, I believe it's D3 winners bracket as well.
Yep. So we will see Vakidov still tomorrow in the losers bracket, but yeah, very nice victory for Paravian. And with that, we will continue to other matches. What is happening in this match between Alexeyev and Kuzubov? Because Alexeyev is on 2 out of 2, so he won the first 2 games, and if he wins this game as well, he will already win the match.
Yes, I'm just pulling that game up on my end here. There's so many to to switch through. I see it. Okay, great. Yes, so he's already on 2 out of 2. Wow, okay, so if he wins, he's just done.
Yeah, we have 4 knights lined up together. Very cozy over here, but...
The knight line.
The knight line,
the very
yes.
traditional knight line, seen in all the technique. All of the books. Always avoid the knight line.
Yeah, but this time...
me,
Oh, go ahead.
No, when I was a little kid, I just like arranged the pieces in like the prettiest direction, you know? Continue.
It's so adorable.
Yeah, but you have such a big time advantage too. You have about 3 minutes. You have about 3 minutes extra. White has about 3 minutes extra. So you can really take advantage of this. Also, they have more space. It seems like White has a lot more space.
Yeah.
The bishops are, well, I don't know. That light squared bishop is a little iffy, but other than that, what are your thoughts?
It is the classic Marazzi bind, so it's common to have this light squared bishop not being the greatest piece in the position, but usually the knights are the superior pieces here because of the close nature of the position. Usually when this bishop is fianchettoed, you want to trade it off with your dark squared bishop, but in the Marazzi bind, this is the rare case where you don't play bishop d4, you avoid the trade so that you keep this strong bishop, because this bishop may look strong, but it actually doesn't really do much. It stops you from playing rook a1, sure, but it doesn't really threaten anything. So that's why you want to keep that dark squared bishop alive of yours. And this light squared bishop needs some support as well. So if you trade those bishops off the dark squared ones, then the bishop on e2 will feel very lonely. And yeah, this is not what you want. So White's position is just amazing. I mean, so much space. The knights are in perfect position. Soon b4 will be played. And yeah, Black is a little bit cramped up here. Very unpleasant position.
Something that's helped me on my own personal chess is as a general principle, if you're more cramped, try to trade pieces. If you're less cramped, your opponent's more cramped, try to prevent trading pieces. Even though Roxy bind here, like Roxy bind positions, usually the plus of it is if you're playing left against Roxy bind, you're like incredibly cramped. It's not comfortable. It's not fun, so it's just a really interesting principle to follow.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jules, but we have some audio issues, I think. Your mic is cutting out, I think.
Cool.
Oh no.
Really? Let's see.
It's okay. We will try to work on this, but in the meantime, so Black has been spending quite a lot of time. So he will need to make his moves quickly very soon, but remember it's 2-0 for Alexeyev, so he will need to Kuzubov will need to win in this game, and it's not looking good. He's very passively placed with the pieces. White is in the driver's seat, so I expect this match to finish in a win for Alexeyev. So
okay, how is that? Is it better?
It's a bit better, yes. We have some background noise, but I think it's all right. I can try to reduce the sound.
How about that? Is that better now?
Yes, perfect.
There you go.
Yes.
I just fixed my background noise removal because apparently it thought my voice was background noise, I think.
Okay. Oops.
Oops.
Awesome. Always tech issues. There's always something.
Always. Yeah, it's great when your voice picks up and your computer thinks your voice is a fan.
Oops.
Fantastic. Back to the position.
Yeah. You didn't miss much, don't worry. I was looking at other games real quick on the side, but we only have one game going on, other game going on right now, which is, we just started, so we will take a look at that very soon. Oh, we have another game actually. We have the game between David Anton Guiaro against Rasmus Swain. Another Swain, we have another one. And let's go to that game real quick because this is game 3 of this match. And David Anton is ahead on the scoreboard. So if he wins this game, he will advance already to the next round in the winner's bracket. So yeah, is he going to win this game? Looking good when we look at the time management, but in the position I would not be so sure. What do you think, Jules?
This is a very interesting position because on one hand, black has the bishop pair. The king is not super settled on h2, but I could see how it could switch very fast. I absolutely love this knight here on e5. That's just like the ultimate outpost for this knight. That's like an octopus knight.
Mm-hmm.
It's got access to everything there.
Yep. It may look very tempting to play knight c6, but black can just play queen d7, pin the knight, and cannot capture that rook on d8. So that's why white plays queen d1. So now knight c6 is actually a threat. And maybe the queen can be positioned towards the king side instead.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The queen wasn't really doing anything over there anyway.
Yep.
Just getting to the... Yeah, absolutely. So while the queen looks a little stupid on d1 right now, I don't think it's going to stay there forever, yeah?
I would like to see it go to g4, but the thing is, how do you follow up there? Maybe trying to prepare f5 would be helpful. It's just really difficult to make progress here with white.
Yeah, g4, it feels like your queen's just going to get pushed back, but we do see it, queen g4 here.
I guess bishop f5 makes sense. There you go.
Which we see, bishop f5. So where do you put this queen?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to put it on g3, but I think you have to.
Yeah, g3.
I want to play g4. That's what we want to play, but... yeah, we go all out.
Yeah, that's probably why, yeah, maybe like queen... Gosh, I wouldn't really want to bring my queen back to e1 either, but...
No.
Those pushes do look so tempting on Anna-Maja. You really want to push g4. It's like that earlier game where we saw that knight sacrifice. You just like want to reach through the board and like have it happen.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe queen h4 will be played instead, but that invites rook h6, so I'm not sure if we're happy to see that.
No, absolutely. I don't know if we're happy to see that either. Chat, who would you rather take here? Would you rather play as black or white in this position? Because I really think it's like almost a matter of personal preference. Honestly, I don't think it's that different.
Yeah.
Do you want your octopus knight or your bishop pair?
Yeah, I guess the thing is that this dark squared bishop of white is pretty useless. So yeah, what do you do with it? I guess that the strong knight balances it out, but yeah, it makes white's position a bit difficult. If the bishop was light squared, then it would be completely different. But because the bishop is stuck on e3, I would probably pick the black pieces instead.
You have some people disagreeing with you in the chat.
Oh!
Yeah, Matthew and Master Chief both want to play as white. One says because of the octopus knight, thank you.
Okay,
okay. Octopus
I see it. Let's play a match. I am down. In this very position.
In this very position, 10 out of 10.
1v1, let's go.
Absolutely, you just bring it back in.
Ooh, rook f6. Trying to prepare g5 maybe.
I do love those, like, I just really want, I don't even know if it's like sound or not.
Yeah.
I just really want it.
Yeah, you gotta try something, I guess. Especially because black is in a sort of, not really must-win situation, but you'd like to have a win at this point.
Is there ever a situation where you wouldn't like to have a win?
Yeah, it's true. I guess there's just more additional pressure to win when you're down a point.
No, absolutely, because that comeback is, all jokes aside, so difficult. We've only seen it once in this entire day. We've only seen one comeback like that, where they were down and they had to win all their games and they managed to win. So it's very rare. It does happen, but it's very, very rare.
We need
All right,
4.
these queens are like, what are they doing? They're like slow dancing with each other.
Yeah, oh, queen d1. Apparently a blunder, but what is the reason? Just because you dropped the pawn on a2? Could it be?
It feels like that's a greedy pawn take, but apparently it's not.
I would just get greedy. What is queen d1?
You would just get greedy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't really see what the compensation is for white. Like, what was the point of losing the pawn on a2? Maybe it was a...
doubling the rooks eventually on f1, maybe.
Maybe it was a little bit of a slip there.
You think? Yeah, it could be.
I mean, maybe it was missed, you know, that the pawn is just hanging there. I don't know.
Whenever I make a bad move now, just to be like, that's a bad slip.
Oops.
I didn't mean to blunder a pawn. Me? I would never.
That pawn was not defended? How is it possible?
What? No, I didn't do that. I totally saw that in advance, yeah. It's the same thing when you like win, you like drop a piece and then you find a win. You're like, I'm brilliant. I sacrifice.
Yep. Totally. Rook e2 defending the bishop. Queen goes back, why not? I mean, now black is up a pawn, so now the plan is to just push that pawn forward on the a file. Now queen goes to a4. This is so funny.
Queens, what are they doing? Where are they going? They keep just like going in circles.
Yep. Oh, h5. That is interesting. Doesn't this allow 97? Okay, I guess... No, 97 is actually a threat now, I think. Because queen e8, you take on f6 with check.
That knight is such a nice piece. It's kind of hard to decide what you want to do with it.
97 played. Ooh. Both players now on 20 seconds. Rook takes f4. Okay, now we're talking.
And you still keep your knight, okay? Well, sort of, actually. It's a little uncomfortable because you do have to defend it, which is probably why we see the trade here. Both players, you're right, both players are so low on time. I didn't even see that. Basically 20 seconds for each player. They have to think so quickly. Who is the better blitzer here? I think that's what it will come down to.
I guess I've seen Rasmus Swain so many times in Title Tuesday and all these online events, so I guess it would be safe to say that Rasmus is the better blitz player, but in this situation, I don't know. Hard to say. Queen takes d5!
Queen takes d5! And that bishop is...
Ooh, that's a costly pawn. You do not want to lose that pawn. But how do you break through here with white?
That's a good question. I think, yeah, maybe keeping that rook behind those pawns would be helpful, but also, I don't know. Okay, 5 seconds, don't flag. We've seen 2 flags so far this entire tournament. 2 flags in one day. We do not want that. Yeah.
G3, trading pawns.
Those pawns are scary.
I guess this is heading to a draw. Black is pushing that pawn forward to make sure that the rook cannot do damage, and yeah, it should be a draw.
It should be a draw, but 7 seconds to 8 seconds.
Yeah, if white goes crazy, white can even lose this, because if you go king d6 and abandon the g5 pawn, then you're just going to lose the game.
You just have to keep it. That is very, very tough here.
Well, king h5, I wouldn't want to consider. Bishop c4, why not?
You can just kind of move back and forth. It seems black's very happy with some sort of draw.
Oh, white is still continuing. Okay.
They're pushing.
Neither player wants to go for a draw. King d6, still trying. Okay, king d6 back.
I don't know.
We will have a threefold repetition soon.
You think?
Yeah.
Oh, make a
move, king d7! Oh my goodness, he keeps continuing the game.
And the king gets closer and closer. Or now it's farther, I guess. Because I feel like if that king can somehow stop the b pawn, maybe you'll have more range of motion with your rook. Although where would your rook even go at the moment?
Oh, imagine bishop g8, bishop
Seconds.
h7. Oh. Wait!
7.
Bishop f5 check and bishop c2. The rook is trapped! No way!
The rook is trapped!
Wow. Oh my goodness.
no.
Wait! Oh no, he lost rook takes c2. It's a draw! Oh my goodness, what?
Look at that, and you've got the knight pawn, which is why you should know your theoretical endgames.
Oh.
Theoretical endgames, knight pawn draw. Oh my.
There is no way. Wow. Because as soon as you capture the pawn, white gets opposition and that's it. Oh my goodness, what a game.
Look at this. This is the technique there. Because once he captures the pawn, like you said, he gets opposition. So right now he's just trying to trick him, but...
And that's it. Now you just king g2. Make sure to not allow opposition. And it's a draw. Wow.
That was actually some beautiful technique there. I'm even like that. I'm like stuck to my screen. I'm just watching this technique, making sure I can like repeat it because this is very nice.
It is very instructive, yeah. It's something to keep in mind for sure.
And we see it here. And the idea is if you try to avoid stalemate, you lose the pawn, which you guys all see. So that means we have a draw here in this position, which really, it went from like white winning to black winning to drawn. That was kind of crazy on Maya.
That was insane. Both players in a huge time scramble, so we don't blame the players at all. Because anything can happen once you're down to seconds on the clock. But what a game! And this means that David Anton is now on 2 points. So if he draws the next game, it's over. It's over for Rasmus Vane. So let's see if Rasmus can recover from this and win perhaps the last game of this match.
That will be really interesting to see. And that was such a crazy match. I'm excited to see their Armageddon. It's always interesting when it goes to these like last chances. Sorry, not Armageddon. I'm excited to see their next game as well here. I'm looking through the games right now and seeing what we have. We have a few in the winners bracket still.
I believe the losers brackets. Oh wait, is there still a losers brackets game happening?
Yes.
Oh, we have the Armageddon game still going on. Want to take a look at that game?
Absolutely.
Let's see. Wow, I thought it was over already, but this game is still going on. This is the Armageddon game between Sinderov and Blauberger. What is happening here? So, 58 seconds for black. White is on 2.5 minutes on the clock, but the position is pretty much drawn. Can black hold on to this?
This is great because white needs the win. They're a little better, they have more time, but it's objectively pretty much a draw. These are like the most fun positions to see because you're gonna see some wild stuff here.
Yep, because of the clock, we will see some fireworks for sure.
And you can think because he's over a minute up, but there's no increment in Armageddon matches. Don't forget, no increment.
I guess it's really easy for black to play this. White just needs to make moves real fast and not allow the time to get so close. But it's really easy to play here for black. The threats are very simple, if there's any, and yeah, you just move the king back to g8 and you just hang around there on the 8th rank.
I'm excited to see his tries though, because he's definitely going to make a few tries here.
Bit concerned. Bit concerned of White's time management here. King h8, make sure to not blunder rook f7 to king f8.
Yeah, you don't want to make it too simple for black here. But it's kind of hard to create any complications. How exactly do you do this? Where do you go?
I guess the question is after rook f7, where does this knight go? Not played. Interesting. Maybe it's just really difficult for White to make any progress here.
Just practically. He doesn't have the draw, because draw is as bad as losing in this Armageddon match. So I'm afraid we might see an accidental repeat in this position.
I think so too.
That's a little concerning.
Yeah, what concerns me is Cindero's time management. He was up a minute on the clock, and look at the time now. Both are even on the clock. That
was his one advantage. Like, that was very, very...
Yeah, you have to play
Very
much
difficult.
faster. You can't allow this to happen. Knight g8 on the board, allowing white maybe some chances because the pawn can move forward. Now, this looks so dangerous, but there's no checkmate because the bishop is under attack. The knight comes out, back to life. Oh, this is going to be a thriller, guys.
Pushing the king back.
Wait, he dropped the
Takes-
pawn h6.
He dropped a pawn, and now you have this beautiful pawn clump on G and F. Oh, and you're gonna get that.
Oh my goodness, and the pawn on g5 is dropping now as well.
Look at that pawn clump. Pawn clumps for the win. Look at that. He doesn't have to move his king.
Oh my goodness, this is completely over in 20 seconds. Sindarov has enough time to convert this. G7, rook e8 incoming. This is over. It's over, F7.
Wow.
Ricochet and
we
resign.
see it.
Oh my goodness, Blowberger was so close to winning that game. What a finish.
Draw. That was amazing. And look, it just shows anything can happen. And that means we have Sindarov moving on, and Blowberger, I believe this was the losers bracket. So
Yep.
he is being sent to the chess.com pit. He will be seen no more during this tournament. What a killer game. Great Armageddon match.
Yeah, I would be going for a very sad song in the karaoke.
Maybe like Take a Chance on Me. Yeah. That's the one he needs to go for.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so that was the losers bracket. We saw some heartbreaking losses. So we had to say goodbye to some of the players, but some of the other players that managed to win their matches, we will see them back tomorrow. Now we're going back to the winners bracket as we still have 3 matches ongoing. Let's take a look in at the match between Jaime Santos Latasa and Shan Sargsyan. So this match is tied 1.5 to 1.5. This is the 4th game, and if I look at this position quickly, Jules, it seems like black is completely winning.
Yeah, it really does. It might be something to do with that like extra piece.
Maybe it could be.
Yeah.
Maybe extra
Or it
pieces
could
are
be
useful
less.
after all.
Maybe. Like, how do you win a game with the extra piece? Indeed. Also, look at that king. That king is getting speedy mated. As long as you don't hang your queen, no Botez gambits here.
Oh, and queen takes e5 also possible. So you just have to make sure that you don't allow queen c8 and b8 queen.
Which he's thinking about. And they both have time on their clock, which is good. They both have time on their clock, but since it's completely tied, the winner takes everything. There will be no Armageddon here, correct?
Yep, this is the last game of this match, so h3 on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, you're kind of stuck here with white. I mean,
Yeah.
your king is about to get checkmated. Queen takes e5 now, around the corner, stopping the pawn from promoting as well.
Yeah, you want to be very careful, but it looks like he has more than enough time. Oh, and we see knight d5
He
here.
wants to take that b pawn first.
That's smart. You don't want to allow it, especially if it gets time pressure. You don't want to allow it to have any sort of counterplay.
Yeah, if we just go a few moves back, the one way to lose here is by playing queen g2. Because after queen takes g2, pawn takes, let me make the moves on the board. Pawn takes king g1. This pawn is unstoppable all of a sudden. So that's the one way that you can possibly lose here with black. And I can definitely see this happen in a blitz game, let's say. But
No,
not at this
absolutely.
level, but it's definitely possible that... Oh, I'm forgetting about that pawn on b7. So you have to make sure... Yeah, you have to make sure to be very careful here. Oh, wait, checkmate was missed. What?
Yeah, we had like a mate in 2 there, I think.
Oh yeah, there was a... Oh gosh, there was 93. And then the queen is just not ending on the g2 at all here. This is crazy, but it's still completely winning.
Yeah,
It's,
not that it really matters. You're gonna get the position you need anyway. Although you don't really want to allow any sort of checks.
Yeah.
But even then, like, you can do queen takes e5, you can do anything pretty much. And you're winning here. But he's taking his time because he doesn't want to mess it up.
Yeah, we see in chat that Shan definitely wants to bully his opponent for not resigning. Do you think so? Do you think he's just torturing his opponent at this point?
Absolutely, absolutely. He knows if he goes home, he knows.
It's getting personal now.
He is just making sure his opponent does not have time to have a snack.
Oh, it is definitely torture.
Absolutely. It's always the toughest positions because a part of you has hope, you know, but what can you do?
Okay, this is over now. Queen g6 on the next move. And resigned indeed.
No more torture.
No more torture. The torture is over. Shan Sargsyan moves on to the next round of the winner's bracket. We will see Jaime Santos Latasa back tomorrow in the losers bracket. But yeah, what a match. This game was... okay, we didn't get to see much of the game, but a smooth conversion by Shan Sargsyan. It remains to be seen if he missed the mate or if he actually postponed the game on purpose. But yeah,
we'll
never know.
Have the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
we'll say he bullied him. So I think we have two more, maybe three.
Two more games. Yeah.
Two more, winners. Games. So let's take a look at which position seems most exciting.
Yeah, that's a good question. I was looking at it as well. It's both seem pretty balanced. Players have spent quite some time already, but not much has changed in the positions. It's pretty fresh out of the opening, so I'm looking at the game between Kuzubov and Alexeyev. So both matches are on game 4. If we look at the score, Alexeyev needs a draw, as well as David Anton. So with a draw, these players will win their matches. So let's see if they manage to do that.
All right, so White has to go for the win here.
Yep.
So how do you go for the win? Good question.
Yeah, okay. Good question. It's if we look at the pawn structure, Black is the only one that can create a pass pawn in the long run with the 2 pawns on the queen side versus 1. Right. Yeah, I really like I want to say that I want to play with the black pieces, but at the same time this bishop on c6 doesn't feel like the greatest piece at all.
Yeah, it really doesn't. If I could like transport my knight anywhere, if I could transport the white knight anywhere, it would be to e5. Like I feel like that would be a pretty interesting space for it as long as no tactics work, but right there it doesn't really seem to be doing much at the moment, besides maybe controlling the e4 square.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to reroute this knight. If you have all the time in the world, I guess you have like, if you have 5 moves, you can move it around, but for now it's pretty vulnerable on c3. So yeah, you may want to move it very soon. But for now, Kuzubov goes for bishop e2. He tries to put that bishop on f3 instead, because that pawn on d5 is a big target.
It definitely is, and you have to play very sharp here. You have to play for the win. But yeah, it is. That's probably his only real try at the moment. At the moment, things change very quickly.
Yep. H4. White is taking it very easy.
I guess you have time. You have time. Like, it's not like if you waste moves, Black really has a killer attack or anything here.
It's very typical in d4 openings.
There's actually kind of I'm a little interested if we can switch games to the other winner's bracket game, because it's kind of an interesting position.
Let's take a look. Ooh, we see h5. We're happy.
Yeah, that's why I looked. I always love those pawns. Not only h5, we have this like really nice king g2 reroute, rook h1, pushing h5. This is like very common in a lot of different structures. I always love to see it too, because it's just so fun.
Yep. h6, g6 on the board. White is trying to move the pieces towards the h file, and I would be concerned with the black pieces. I mean, if you take with the h pawn, soon the queen will land on h4, let's say, or h3, and checkmate threats appear. So yeah, what does black have here? Not so sure. I mean, the knight on e4 is a nice piece, but very temporarily well placed. Hard to see how black can actually get a nice position out of this.
But what I'm struggling with here is it looks like black just has great control of the dark squares, although that was a very odd choice to do h takes. That was a very odd choice.
It's one of those things, like, it makes
Yeah.
so much sense, it's logical, but maybe in this position you would rather go for f takes g6. Opens up the rook towards that f2 pawn and sort of tries to maintain the defense on the king side for the time being.
Right, because right away I just like want to reroute the white knight to like h6 or something, or like any of these kind of this file. You could even double up the rooks, maybe even go for like some sort of battery.
Yeah,
Double up
something
the
like
rooks and
this.
then like bring your queen to h6 or something. Like, I don't know. Look at this. There's so many attacking possibilities for white here. And they're dead even on time as well.
Yeah, so I like white's chances, and if white wins this game, we will see another Armageddon.
Yeah, and someone else has Hikaru been eliminated? No, he won the winners. He won his game in the winners bracket, so we will see him tomorrow in Div 2. So that is what we will see. Also, yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited to see this attack going on here. How exactly would you play this?
I guess a good start would be something like rook h4. That speaks to me. White starts
Spicy.
with knight
Yeah.
d2 first, which is interesting to see. I guess getting rid of the knight is not a bad idea because it's an annoying piece, and this knight on b3 wasn't doing much anyway. Yeah, but I would definitely consider getting the rook out to h4 or h3 now, and somehow get the other rook involved. And there are some checkmate patterns there somehow. But maybe getting the queen on the h file first would be a better idea, so that you have queen h7 being a threat.
Yeah, I do love the doubled rooks and then some sort of sacrifice, but that's just me trying to go out with style there. But I love it. I really like your suggestion. I don't care what engine says. I really like rook h4. I think it's a very nice move. Big fan.
Computer suggestions are overrated.
Exactly. Human moves.
Even knows where to win.
And yeah, it's tough to defend this kind of position.
Yeah. Rook d8 is a
Yeah.
nice attempt to be able to play king f8 and maybe run towards the queen side instead. But yeah, you can only get so far.
Run away, baby. But yeah, where are you gonna run? Nowhere. You can't run anywhere. And it's too many moves, right? You try to move out your queen, you try to do something. I don't know if you have time because it really only takes white 3 or 4 moves to double up and then go for the mate.
Yeah. But I guess you have to be precise here and not try to waste moves. Because the more you waste moves, the more easier it will be for black to defend. You don't want to give black time.
I'm not really sure what that move does. Queen f4.
I guess you try to prepare queen g4, queen h3. Because if you play queen h4, you don't want to trade queens, of course. But
Yeah.
I guess it's applying pressure in some way.
Right, and that f pawn's kind of stuck no matter what you do. It's not like, yeah, there's 2 rooks on the 8th file, don't look very good either. You're right, but you do have to be very precise because I feel like if you give them too much time, maybe the king can escape. This is a really nice mating pattern, though.
Hmm. Yeah, for the time being, the players are spending their time, but they're down to 2.5 minutes on the clock, so we may see the massive time scramble happening very soon.
No, absolutely. I really love these time scrambles, especially for these must-win positions where you just know, like, you have to win. You have to really put in your all here. So when you see these time scrambles, you just know it's going to be a little killer.
Yeah, let's quickly check in the other game, because the players are here also low on the clock and things are happening here. Kusubov seems to be in a better position. He is down the exchange, but he has some strong pawns here. This pawn on a5 can get dangerous, especially after capturing the pawn on b7. Black seems to be very passive here, and this may work in white's favor.
That's very interesting. You have the bishop pair. The position's a little bit closed for black here. You've got that like strong pawn in the a5. Yeah, that's a nice sack. That's a nice sack. But how do you... Okay, so if we have rook a8, you're going to want to defend your pawn. How exactly do you do that? I guess you don't. You
I
just
guess
take
you
the other
can
pawn.
take the pawn. Or actually, you just. I want to take the pawn on b7 one way or the other.
Me
but
too.
let's say rook a8. After knight takes b7, there's rook b8, I would say. And then I don't really know what's
Oh.
next.
Could you take with... Oh, no, you can't take with the rook because you're...
Oh, you
don't
can
want
take on
any mate.
f6. And then bishop takes d5. And then the position falls apart.
Also, you have to be a little worried about some back range threats. If
Yep.
that a5 pawn falls, I totally forgot that that long range bishop on c7 exists.
Oh, Alexiv down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Anna-Maja. And we see it. We see rook a8, so it's the line we discussed. That's awesome. Good for us. All right, so he's gonna have to. He has a minute to find it. This will become a time scramble. Mark my words. This will become a time scramble on both ends. This is not easy.
Yeah, I mean, black has to try to survive here, but it's very difficult. And white simply needs to start capturing pawns. I mean, you're essentially forced to take on b7 or first on f6. I really like that because now if the knight takes b7, you capture on d5 and yeah, you just have so many pawns on the board on the white's end.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I just like love seeing these kind of dire must-win positions because I feel like it just leads to the most interesting results that you could possibly have. Also, look at all these pieces.
Yeah, this is it looks so cute.
It's like a party.
Yeah, the kings are
That's
not
really
invited.
diagrams. We've had some very interesting diagrams. Yeah, but that's a nice move, dropping the rook back to b3, making sure everything's defended so you can actually move away your knight.
g4, trying to expand on the king side. It's one of those moves that you just make a move just because now the king can go to g2. Well, as I say that, apparently it's not a great move at all because it drops the pawn on a5. Oops. And that may be very costly for Kuzubov as he was in a winning position. Not very easy to convert, but if he doesn't win this game, he will be going to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and maybe you thought like knight takes and then you could get your rook to the 7th file, but there isn't much you can actually do there.
Yeah.
And like time scramble for both. Look at us. Predictors. 20 seconds to 16 seconds. In these time scrambles, it can really be anyone's game. Especially with these knights. That knight looks really nice to me.
Yeah, but how do you make use of this passed pawn? Because you're facing 2 rooks and a bishop. And even worse for white is that the bishops are opposite color bishops. So you have to somehow find a way to control the dark squares to make progress. And that looks very difficult.
Yeah, that does not look like the most fun thing to do in the world because, yeah, where do you put your rook? How do you get active? How do you get your pieces active? I like the king going to f3. Feels like the king's at least a little more active, but no one really wants to make these committal moves.
Yeah, not easy for either side. Black has to try to not make a blunder, and white needs to find some way to make progress. And as we mentioned this, black makes a huge mistake allowing bishop c4, and now black is completely passive. What is going on?
Rook b3. Okay, defending bishop b3, defending the bishop. We just really, how do you take that pawn though? Where do you put your knight to put more pressure on that pawn?
I wanted to play knight c5 to threaten knight e6 or knight d7. I think knight c5
That's
is
really
the move.
nice. Yeah, knight c5 looks very, very nice.
Oh my goodness, he took the pawn right away. Is this enough? He has a passed pawn that he can push now.
Yeah, but the rook is a little bit... 7 seconds.
Oh, you have to give up on the pawn.
Pieces in so little time. You have 8 seconds, and they both are so low on time. It's so easy. You just blunder a single pawn, and you're no longer winning.
Oh, h5, nice move because now after g takes h5, there's knight g3. Knight comes into g5. Oh,
Scatty sauce.
Oh, this is getting exciting. I mean, white is completely winning now. So many pawns on the board.
You have to push all your pawns.
Wait a second. What is happening? Rook g7. What a move. Knight h4.
That's so sneaky.
King h5 check.
So sneaky.
Or king f6 check.
He has 1 second. Move. Oh my god. 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
A flag is gonna happen. A flag is gonna happen. Now you have to worry not to get mated. You have to
Rook
be
G5?
very, very.
Oh my goodness,
this is so
what is
scary.
going on? Rook E2 attacking the pawn. The king is completely out of the game.
5 seconds to 3 seconds.
Rook
This is so
G2,
scary.
EG2? I mean, black wants to make a draw, so... Lost on time! No! Alexev lost on time while he was in a completely drawn position. Oh my goodness! This is heartbreaking for Alexev. He had the
so
draw
tough.
right there. He could simply capture the pawn.
But you
Ouch!
see, it's so hard to take those pawns and risk stuff when you have 0 time on your clock. So he took his second thinking, and then he just absolutely flagged.
He could
That is
pre-move his
heartbreaking.
way onto the draw by taking the pawn and just move on the e-file with the rook. The king could not get out. There was no way for white to win this anymore. This is heartbreaking.
So
and this means that this match will go on to Armageddon.
Absolutely. That means lucky for us, unlucky for him. We're going to get an Armageddon match here, which will be super interesting. They're going to do their bids. They're going to vibe. And we will see what they choose. But that is absolutely a really tough way to lose. And do you think, Anna-Maja, that's going to be psychologically difficult going into the next match to still have that loss on his mind?
Oh, 100%. This one is really tough to recover from. Knowing that you're in a completely drawn position and then to lose on time is one of the worst things that can happen, and really tough to recover from in this short time format. So let's see if he will decide to go for the white pieces or if he will try to go for the black pieces with his bid. But at the same time, we also have a result in the match between David Anton and Rasmus, where they drew their last match. So that means that David Anton won the match with half a point more, or well, a point more, as he won one game. But yeah, that means that we will see Rasmus Swain tomorrow in the losers bracket.
Absolutely, which means we have one more round today, correct? Our last Armageddon round?
Our last Armageddon game, yes, is incoming very
big
soon.
Sauce.
Yep.
Yeah, we got it. We're going to see them. And for you guys who don't know, Armageddon, it's a very sort of simple format. They each bid. The one with the lower bid has to play with that time that they get to choose between the white pieces and the black pieces. Black pieces have draw odds. So most people want to bid lower so they can get those draw odds and play something like super boring.
Yeah, and the players are fighting for quite something. So there's a massive prize fund. Let's pull up the prize fund over here. So as you guys can see, we're not covering Division 1, but Division 1 has an amazing prize pool. But we are covering Division 2 and 3, and as you guys can see, the players are fighting for quite a lot of money. So those that lost in the first match of the Division 2, those that are out of the tournament in Division 2 already won $4,000. And in Division 3, those that are out already won $1,500. So the players are fighting for a lot of money. And as you can see, as they progress in the tournament, they can win more money. And first place in Division 2 goes home with $15,000. Who doesn't want to win such big prize money?
That is a lot of tacos. A lot. Absolutely. They can buy some really good DoorDash with that money. It's very exciting. And it just shows why they're fighting so hard in these positions, because a single second flagging, what we just saw in that last game, could cost them thousands of dollars. A split second.
Yeah, it's crazy. Division 3 also fighting for a lot of money. First place goes home with $7,500. So, yeah, a lot to fight for. We are getting word that Yuri Kuzubov won the bid with 8 minutes.
Oh, what a great bid.
Interesting. Wow. I already had a feeling
yeah.
that Alexev was not really willing to go for a low amount. I thought already that Alexev was probably going to pick the white pieces just for the color.
Yeah, and we see he Yeah, and the color chosen was black, of course.
I wonder if anyone ever chose the other color with less time.
No way. No way.
I was surprised the first time I heard that it was an option to choose. I guess for formalities, but I don't think anyone would want to pick a different color. Like they would want to pick the white pieces.
Maybe if your opponent has like a lot of history of getting into time trouble and you're much stronger playing with white, but still I don't know. I think the only reason to do that would be to flex. But if you're getting to Armageddon, you don't really need to flex because the match is already so close.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I guess
absolutely.
Usually you want to like bid, and the lowest bid takes the black pieces, logically speaking. So I guess that was like the standard at the very beginning. So that it's a little bit different now is perhaps a bit confusing. But yeah. Yuri picks the black pieces. Alexei with the white pieces has to win. So let's see if he can recover from the last game.
So devastating on Anna-Maja, that last game, to flag in a drawn position. Like, chess players go to bed, have nightmares about like looking away and all of a sudden they flagged. Like, this is stuff that people have nightmares about. It's going to be really hard to come back from that psychologically, but these are pro players, so this is where we see what they're made of.
Yep. And there you go. We see the first move on the board, e4 on the board, and bishop c4 on the second move, which is pretty unusual.
Getting all of it. Scrolling, and found.
I didn't know there was a bishop's opening Berlin defense. I thought there was only one Berlin defense.
Maybe it's like Alapin where there's like 6 of them or something, or like Nimzo. Yeah, this is like this almost looks like an Italian gone wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the bishop doesn't look great on b3 here. Black has so much space here, being able to push the pawn so far, so...
Wait, but you go c3, you get your bishop into c2, kind of traditional. Then you go for that d4 break, but it really feels like you shouldn't have to fight for the center in this position, but it's interesting, actually.
Yeah, I guess there's a reason why bishop c4 on the second move is not played as much. Yeah, black has a really good opening so far. But yeah, let's see how white develops the pieces. Probably the knight will now go to c3. White was short castle, but I really like black's position. Oh, knight takes e5. He goes for that pawn.
Okay, I guess we have no fear whatsoever.
I would be terrified taking that pawn. With my king on e1, I would not want to touch that pawn.
Usually opening the center in those positions is really tough. Also, it looks like I'm a little afraid of that b3 bishop going into exile and never coming out.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and something feels off.
Is just ticking. Something does feel off. I know what you mean here. Like it looks a little scary.
Mm-hmm.
You want to line up that rook with that king, and then it just feels very difficult to protect. But I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna hold out judgment on the bishop's opening, guys. Maybe that's your new opening in Blitz, bishop's opening. Apparently, it's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, else has been working for you.
Apparently, white had the opportunity to take on f7, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. You don't want to give up 2 pieces for the rook that easily. But the idea is that after knight takes f7, rook takes f7, you don't take on f7 right away. You just take on e4. And you're happy to trade queens, I guess, with white because you have so much action happening here in the center with f4, e5. And that endgame is looking good because black's development is not quite existent over there. So this was a nice opportunity for white to strike, apparently. But a very difficult choice to make.
I'm laughing because Joe's saying he's never taking on f7. Yes, absolutely, Joe. I am with you on that. I'm with you on that. It's very scary, especially. I think there's just something also about going into an endgame when you're in a must-win position, even if it's a slightly better endgame. It feels very risky.
True. True. Your playstyle changes because of the Armageddon situation.
Yeah, and we don't exactly know too the comfort level with these end games against each opponent. There can be so much psychologically going into their head. Also, knight takes f7. Like, I've seen that tactic work very rarely. Actually, one of the instances I saw that tactic work was in Vaishali's game in BL Masters, where she literally just left her bishop there, pinning that rook for like 25 moves until she promoted. It was beautiful, but it does work every now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, and these players, especially when it's in classical, they have this feeling. They know when to make these kind of moves. But here, in rapid time format, blitz time format, these kind of moves don't happen so easily. And especially in Armageddon, I mean, the stakes are high. It's even more difficult with white because you have to win. And as we say that, the position has simplified quite a bit. A lot of trades have happened.
Goes to an endgame. So now white is in a must-win position in an objectively pretty equal position, but you have to be careful. If you're Kuzubov right here, it's really easy to, like we said, take a nap and just go for the draw, play very passively, but you don't really want to allow any sort of shenanigans.
Yeah, rook ae1, very interesting move. Trying to get the king to safety on c1 so that the rook is out already, so you don't have to worry about that rook being stuck on a1 anymore.
Yeah, I'm a little afraid of like kind of the a4 move because I'm thinking, where do you want to put your bishop? I guess you can just keep it on that diagonal and just set it free eventually. Yeah. I think that's probably, yeah.
Parking on a2 seems all right. But yeah, the bishop does look very limited.
Yeah. It was, yeah, that was Vaishali's game against Donchenko. Yeah, nice spot. That was a very beautiful game. But yeah, this bishop, even though this diagonal is really nice, I don't know. We'll see how it unfolds. And look at this time odds, Anna-Maja. 4 minutes to 8 minutes.
Yeah, Jules, this is very concerning. I mean, 4-minute difference in Armageddon is a lot. And even though black has drawing odds, you cannot afford to go down all the way to 4 minutes while your opponent has 8 minutes. And white has very simple moves.
a4, bishop a2, absolutely. There's no increment in Armageddon. You know, white eventually, I think, will want to go for this h4, h5, h6. I mean, it just looks really nice having that rook be free rook, but you have to make sure you time it right.
Yep, and I really like your idea with the h-pawn. I mean, weakening the king side is it can be very helpful. This bishop is looking right towards that pawn on f7. If you get your knight to f6, that would be amazing. So trying to sort of tickle that pawn on g7 to make it move forward. It's a great idea.
I like that. Tickle that pawn. And yeah, I mean, this move, king c3, it makes sense to get your king active. I'm just a little afraid that there isn't a lot of space here. Like, it seems like there isn't. I guess in worst case scenario, you could do something like b4. En passant is forced. Just kidding, yep. Sort of. Yeah, but yeah, you could try something like that. So I guess the move king c3 can always bail out.
Yeah, we have a question in chat. Did Rasmus win? He did not manage to win his game, so his match ended in 1.5, 2.5. So his opponent David Anton won the match and is through to the next round in the winner's bracket. Rasmus Svein, unfortunately, going down to the loser's bracket, but we will see him back tomorrow.
Absolutely. They still can fight and come back from the loser's bracket. We've seen people from the loser's bracket win the whole thing before. So do with that what you will.
It's possible.
It is possible. Anything is possible. Absolutely. Yeah. Someone says, imagine if en passant wasn't forced. Such a different world. I agree. Good thing it is forced.
Yeah, what do you do here with white? I want to play f4 so badly, but it feels like something is not right with that. It feels too rushed, but it's so tempting. I want to play f4.
No, I like
and
f4.
Who can stop me? Nobody can stop me.
It feels nice. Like, it feels like you can kind of solidify your pawn structure if you need to with g3. I don't know. I'm a fan. And we see it. He's a fan too.
Let's go! We think alike. I like this.
F4. Yeah, we think alike. Maybe you should reevaluate your chess, Anna. It's amazing. Look at this, and the knight back to, yeah, you can just solidify with G3, and
G3,
you've
I
got
like
this
that.
really nice, yeah, you've got this really nice pawn pushes.
I like that a lot.
Me too. This is very pretty.
Yeah, and even though this bishop is sort of stuck on a2, it does a great job at keeping an eye on this. That pawn on f7, controlling the diagonal. So, I like White's chances here. But
there's
of course,
a tactic here. Look,
oh,
knight f6 takes f6. It's not really tactic. You double pawns, so I guess it is.
Ooh, I like that. That
f6 rotates e7.
I think they may actually be played.
Has it?
It might be played soon, not yet. But I would expect it to be played because it makes a lot of sense, and yeah, doubling the pawns of your opponent and kind of weakening your opponent's position even more. Why not?
Yeah, I guess you do have time, but you want to keep the time up if you're in this position where black can just draw. Like it always is going to come back to bite you. So maybe he was looking for something maybe a little more direct. I don't know, knight d6 somewhere else, but it makes a lot of sense to double these pawns, create a lot of weaknesses for that king.
Alexev just needs to play fast. He doesn't need to commit to anything crazy, as long as he maintains the time advantage, because what can you possibly do with 2.5 minutes on the clock and no increment? That time goes down so fast, and even if you end up in a winning position, you still have to checkmate your opponent. So with 2.5 minutes on the clock, very concerning situation for Kuzubov.
Yeah, I agree. It is very concerning. But the time, if it just dwindles down a little bit, although we saw he didn't go for that knight f6, maybe he wants to keep his knights and keep the complications, go for some sort of kingside pawn push, and I guess keeping all the pieces aimed towards the king is beneficial there. Although opening that file would have also been quite good, but it does seem like Kuzbov has some more uncomfortable position here. What are your bets, chat? Who do you think is going to win this? Keeping in mind black is draw odds, do you think he will hold the draw? It'll be interesting to see. I'm a little nervous to make my bet as a commentator because we know what happens there.
I'm calling it a day for Kuzubov. There is absolutely no way he can win or even draw this position with 2 minutes on the clock. Less than 2 minutes against 5 minutes.
You think? Some people in chat disagree with you.
I think it's lights out. You cannot have this big time gap and not be already in a winning position. I hope that he draws for him. I hope for him that he will draw, but I'm losing faith every second.
You're losing faith. Well, yeah, literally every second.
Yeah. And apparently rook e8 is a big mistake. What is the reason behind this? Rook e1 on the board?
E1. But how do you follow it up?
I guess he just drops the c6 pawn. Ooh, black's position also falling apart now, which is even worse news for Kuzubov.
Yeah, because you have so many like pieces you need to protect. You need to move your knight. You need to at least protect it. But how do you do everything all at once?
Yeah, this is I already called it before the blunted lights out, but now especially.
I mean, look, it is still drawable. It is still drawable. Sorry for commentator jinx there. Oops.
I wish to have your optimism.
It helps. It helps. You know, we've seen worse. We've seen comebacks.
That's true.
We've seen it. Just, yeah, rook takes e1 simplifies a little bit. Down to 57 seconds, and there is no increment. Chat, there is no increment. That is all he gets.
Yeah, that's rough. And now the position is also being simplified, so it's even harder for black to find chances to come back here. What do you do here?
Don't hang your rook.
Oh, king takes c3. Touch move.
Oops. He could probably even draw, but then it would be lost. Okay, he doesn't hang his rook. We're good.
Took some time. Maybe he was thinking of giving a check in the middle with rook c8. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he just let the king become a little more active, but maybe there are some tactics there.
Hmm. Just play rook d3 and flag the opponent. That simple.
Yeah,
I
you
would
have
not
that like
even.
pawn
Mhm.
majority and the king's active, so you're okay with the trade, which is nice.
I would not even be worried about, you know how what they say about rook end games, that most of them are drawn. Even
True.
if you're up a pawn, there's always a way to draw with when you're down a pawn, but uh not in this case. Not when you're down to 39 seconds and your opponent has 3 minutes more.
Yeah,
That's
this
rough.
is not a mistake. It is in fact 37 seconds to 3 minutes and 24 seconds. And he did pay for his bet. He had a really great Armageddon bet, but it's very hard right now to play with no increment 37 seconds. You really can't leave less than, I don't know, 6 seconds on your clock to make 6 moves. Like you're just gonna
Yeah.
flag.
Yeah, this is pretty much over. But yeah, no, credits to Alexiev. He used his time very well. Great time management, and that is also so
Absolutely.
important in Armageddon. I mean, 10 minutes feels like forever. But then all of a sudden when you're down to 2 minutes, where did the time go? What did I actually do with my time? And yeah, you have to face the consequences.
And it's so easy just to get into that long think. You focus, you just let the time slip away. But now we're going to see some technique. This is interesting. I always find this actually super helpful for me as well, because sometimes these rook end games, even when you're completely winning, are not the easiest. It's easy
Mm-hmm.
just to like look at eval and be like, okay, lights out, but you actually have to know how to win this. Avoid the checks, keep it simple. We'll see it.
And push pawns. A pawn is waiting to run.
Running to wait. You know what? I love commentating with you because you laugh at all my jokes. It makes me feel fantastic.
Oh, you're making my job so easy with your jokes.
Thank you. Now I almost forgive you for beating me in classical.
we
Almost.
we didn't start off at the right foot. Smoke making fun of the openings and stuff left and right.
Absolutely. You comment once on the French opening and what are you gonna do? But
We
look
quickly
here,
forgot about it.
there's no spite checks even. Like
Yeah,
there's
this
very
is
little
rough.
complications.
I almost want to say what's going to happen first, checkmate or flag. Oh, okay, resignation. I
Resignation.
didn't count that one in yet.
Absolutely. And that
Wow.
is a big result for Alexiev, who is going on. This was winner's bracket, correct?
Yes, this was a winners bracket,
Yeah.
so we will see Kuzubov back tomorrow. But what a nice finish for Alexev, who deserved to win in the last game. Well, deserved to win the match already. He was going to draw the last game, but he had to come back after flagging,
Absolutely.
and he managed to recover. And in what way? He won very convincingly in this Armageddon. And we will see him tomorrow in the next round of the winners bracket.
Absolutely. And we will see so many strong people tomorrow. Make sure to stay tuned. It will be a very exciting bunch of matches.
Yeah, absolutely. The action continues tomorrow. Same time, same place. Division 2 and 3 will be back on this channel. Yeah. It was awesome to commentate with you. Jules, do you have any final words for the audience?
No, just thank you so much, Anna-Maja, for the amazing commentary. I'm so happy to be here with you. It was a lot of fun. I'm excited to be back and see what's going to happen tomorrow. So thank you for sticking with us, guys. You're amazing. It will be a lot of fun. And maybe we want to do a quick call to action before we log out.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
Absolutely.
All right, we have the Speeches Championship. The 2024 Speeches Championship begins in just a few, well, I think few days. I think it's already been going on, but we will be having this year's field consists of invited mainstays like Hikaru, Magnus, Talent Tuesday powerhouses like Arjun Erigaisi and Jose Martinez, and play-in Victor, the Danish Lazavik. Each contender has earned their way into the massive prize fund of $175,000 tournament, but only 4 will make it to the live finals in Paris, and only 1 will claim this title of Speed Chess Champion. The action begins July 25th, so tune in wherever you watch Chess.com streams and use SCC in chat for everything you need to know. And with that being said, everyone, we are signing off from here. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much, Jules, for doing awesome commentary together with me. It was so much fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well in the chat. Come back tomorrow for more action of the CrunchLabs Masters Champions Chess Tour Division 2 and 3. See you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.